Welcome to the eFIBA Season 2. We are thrilled to be back. We saw some great action with the Middle East and the Africa regional qualifiers just a couple of days ago. And then last week, you had North America, you had South America, you had Europe, and we're not done. You've got two regions still waiting to play, but today is all about Southeast Asia. Now, look, it's not just me that's going to be hanging out with you all night long. I've got to go ahead and bring in my man, Nate the Great from down under. What's happening, Nate?
India, love the energy, love your face, by the way. What a handsome host we have here. eFIBA Season 2, handsome host everywhere. Much more important, quality NBA 2K. The other regions have brought it India. I'm sure we'll have the same again tonight.
Hey, I appreciate you hitting on me. You know my date went well, but I'll keep you in mind. But look, it's not just me and you that's hanging out all season long. We've got two additional totally cool, totally talented broadcasters with us as well. You've got Vince Chang, the man, a.k.a. Mr. Energy, and you've got Chris, a.k.a. Trumpet Monkey, that'll be bringing you all the action all season long. It's going to be jam-packed, and it's going to be great. Now, look, 2 days ago, Nate, we had a crazy day with Africa and Middle East qualifiers. I mean, you had Ghana that tried to pull off the upset, and they did. You had Egypt that was making things happen. You had Lebanon that, because of our skill boosters, which we'll get to, they overtook Saudi Arabia for first place. But let's go ahead and take a look at how it all went down. We've got Africa and Middle East regional qualifiers. And right on cue, he goes ahead. This is it. Oh, he dots it to the left. Oh, and he gets it. Chris, my man.
Oh, mate, what an intro. We see a nice rejection.
Another block from behind.
Icky defense right here.
Saudi Arabia is the team to beat. That's the team I have beef with, and that's the team we're going to beat today.
I love your big, beautiful brain.
You do the swim with of the teacher.
Oh, okay.
That's a skill booster, Chris.
The nerd zone.
I'm a big dog, so...
It's open for the three. It's good.
Play with my hair's crazy with how crazy that game was.
The Tokyo League players. We dream to play against them.
We appreciate you for tuning in to eFIBA Season 2. I mean, that was just insane, just jam-packed. I forgot about the trash talking that you saw. You saw the Saudi Arabian team saying, hey, they want to play the federation that is USA. They want to go ahead and beat the top dogs as well. Just insane, man. Anything you kind of like to take away from that?
I was just saying that we were in the Twitch chat and the vibes were immaculate. You talked about the energy in the Twitch chat. It was illuminating. We were feeling it. And then the upsets, the sort of intrigue about just calling each other out, but with a smile on your face as well. That is confidence. I'm hoping to see much more of that tonight.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and exactly break down the big picture, and then we'll kind of dive on in. So you've heard all the rumors about how big of a tournament we've got. 61 nations that are split into 7 regions that you can see on your screen. The beautiful overview of what's going down. What stands out to you the most from this one, Nate?
I always get this graphic. I'm having a look and I've got about, 61 different talking points. It is just lovely, though, to have every region represented. You want me to read them out? I will. Europe, Africa, North America, South America, Southeast Asia, Middle East, and Oceania. We were sort of saying for Season 2, will it be bigger? Will it be better? There's no doubt representation from all over the globe. High stakes, more on that a little bit later. It is a proper global esports league, something you just don't see very often.
And absolutely, you know it's going to be controlled chaos. It's going to be madness. So we've got to make it a little bit easier. And here's how we're going to do that. The 61 nations will be playing in their respective regions in the regional qualifiers, which is what you're seeing here today and thus far. And then from there, because of the leaderboards, you will go into the regional finals. And then from there, you get a chance to go all the way to the world finals in where, my man Nate?
Jönköping. I know we keep doing this. Every host, every commentator seems to have a little different play. And I know I'm not allowed to say just Sweden. You see it there on your screen. It is part of DreamHack Winter. That weekend, bring it on main stage. I don't care whatever we get. It's going to be big. It's going to be brilliant in the beautiful Jönköping.
It is going to be absolutely phenomenal. I just found out it's cold, so I'm going to have to go shopping. I thought it was going to be summer, nice little beach weather. But We are not just playing for bragging rights this time around. There's a lot on the line, not just national pride, but we also have a prize pool of 50,000 euros. That's right. The winner is going to get a piece of that 50,000 euros because I'm telling you, Nate, getting to Sweden is cool, but like Kobe said, job not done.
Everybody wants a piece of it. If you're there, get a piece of it. It's wonderful to have, I think, sort of, not representation, so to speak, reward for your efforts. You want the bragging rights. Just to be there is the experience. Everyone's going to have a big smile on their face, sort of seeing old friends, new friends, etc. But when you know that there's sort of worth, that there's value there, you get to take something away from it, monetary value, it just adds to the hype.
Absolutely, no question about it. Now, look, Nate, I know we've talked about a lot in the past few minutes. We talked about the awesome new webpage that we made just for you. Track all the cool things going down in the world. So make sure you go to eFIBA.basketball. You want group standings. You want the schedules. You want bracket play. You want to see what's happening. eFIBA.basketball. Now, we've still got some more things to explain. We need to go and let you know about how the group standings will work and how the leaderboards will work. I promise you, those are two separate things, and let's go ahead and break them down. As we mentioned, today we are playing for the Southeast Asia qualifiers. Now, week to week, this will change because you're going to have 2 weeks worth of seasonal, and you have one group with 5 nations. Let's go ahead and break that down because all the nations will be in a group playing against each other, which means that by the end of the day, we will have it all sorted out from top to bottom, and this is going to be the rankings where the group will be determined how many points they'll be taking over to the leaderboard. First place will have 17, second place 15, third place 14, fourth place 11, and fifth place will have 9 points. Obviously, games still need to be played, so that's the template that you can go ahead and expect. Now, the leaderboard, however, Nate, is what's going to determine which nations will go ahead and move on to the competitions, especially in terms of the regional finals, and that is how the leaderboard is going to look. Again, Nate, this is going to go ahead and change throughout the day, but the biggest thing that I'm excited to talk about, or I should say tease about, are the skill boosters. We saw it have an impact in the Middle East region where you had Lebanon just sneak on by Saudi Arabia. I love the skill boosters, man. I don't know about you.
Not as much as me, India. Not as much as me. I'll be patient. I'll be patient. We'll wait.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and wait. Just a little teaser, you know what I mean? The appetizer. I'm going to have a lot of references from just a few hours ago. But now, enough about us, though. Enough about me. Enough about you. We are here for one reason, and that is our community, because we are putting them first. But, Nate, what does that even mean?
What does it even mean? It means everything. I think you capture it quite beautifully, India. It is all about you. That's why we're here, is to put it on for you. So if you're watching along in the Twitch chat, and I hope you are, we got 61 nations. I want to see 61 different flags. I want to see exactly what nation you're getting behind. I want to see the player on your team that you're a fan of, because we all got them. And it doesn't have to be from your own nation. What about what games you want to see? You can vote on those. What about like questions for the interviews? Just have India and I say exactly what you want us to say. There is nothing like it. No other esports league where the community is not just involved. They're pretty much running the show. We're just the faces behind it. Get in that chat right now. Brody, Sensei, Nui, there you go. Competitors as well, fam. Let us know what you want.
Absolutely. Look, I love being in control. Just tell me what to say, the questions to ask, the game to watch, the everything. Just let me know. Matter of fact, next time they can tell us what to wear, and I'm all along with it because we do this for the community. Now, we gave you a quick little overview in terms of what the groups are, in terms of how the leaderboards will break down. But let's actually talk about some of these teams. Again, you've got Indonesia, Philippines, Singapore, Mongolia, and India. I promise not to be biased, so I'm going to come to you, Nate. What are you expecting out of this group?
There's really good questions that we've been having, talking about it in the lead-in. And I just want to be straight up. I want to be real. Philippines, Singapore, they've got a sort of friendly rivalry going. And we're going to hear a lot from those competitors, those players. You're going to hear me talk about them. But it'd be amiss not to mention each of Indonesia, Mongolia, and India, particularly with those skill booster points. If we've seen anything from the other regions so far, it really isn't just about wins and losses, not just about results. Can you get these objectives, these skill boosters done? And if you are one of those three nations, could you be in with an upset of Philippines, Singapore, maybe not even being top 2, let alone number 1?
Well, I know gameplay's about to get started, but there's one thing I do got to ask you, man, is we've heard how good the Philippine team is. My question to you is, can they go ahead and compete with the European and the American nations that everyone else is talking about outside the Southeast Asia regionals?
It's a massive question, and an answer from the Philippines would be like, sure, yeah, Europe are already better than them. Americas, we're coming for you as well. I've had some time to reflect on this question. When I got asked it before, Twitch chat community, I sat here sort of stunned, being like, what do I think about that? I do believe that they are competitive with the European nations. I'm happy to go on record and say that they have dominated this region for a while now. They have shown they're the best in this region to date. As for the Americas, I think that's to be decided. Maybe it will be decided in Sweden.
Well, I know that when they competed in the Olympic Esports Week just a few months ago, they looked sharp. Almost as sharp as Vince Chang with his suited and booted fella. I'm expecting great things, especially if they do go ahead and make it to Sweden for in-person play.
Look, we'll see a bit on that attire lately, I'm sure. But when I say that they are the best from this side of the world, if you know my nationality, you know I don't say it lightly. This is more exhibition styles, which is good. You can see now on your screen some politeness, some friendship. I tell you what, they did their esport proud. They were certainly making sure that everyone came across. NBA 2K letting them know that basketball is a global game and the esport is no different. I think, though, eFIBA Season 2, while we got the good vibes, the competitiveness, it is not comparable. They're not here just to be like, thanks, yeah, we got an esport. They're here to show that they are the very best. Again, if not just in the region, maybe the world.
Could not agree with you more if I tried. Now, they're also big fan favorites, especially J-Mac. I mean, people might remember this amazing jersey that our colleagues Chris and Vince got made in season 1, excuse me. That is not Photoshopped.
Fam, I don't know what to do with this. I sort of just stare at it for a while and be like, it's not bad. It's not bad, but India, you know, like the certain colors sort of bring out things for different people. The gray, does that do anything for anyone? Does it really? I want to know. Twitch chat, get around it. Is there better merch to come? We've seen some pros certainly release some good stuff, maybe even some great stuff. I don't mind that effort, but I don't know. Clark, can I call out other individuals that are playing today? Drop us your merch lines. Maybe send it through to some of your hosts, and I'm not even saying just me. Regardless, it's great to see that fanfare. Some of these competitors, these players in here, as you well know, they are in fact celebs. And when I say show us your merch line, I ain't exaggerating.
Yeah, no question. Look, the reason I wear black is to take away a couple of pounds. I promise I changed. I got a bunch of black t-shirts, but you have regions that are playing from all across the world. Today's for Southeast, but what's really cool, Nate, is that the Philippines said, hey, we're not waiting till we get to Sweden to go ahead and play in person. Check this out. They're actually going to go ahead and play in person. We'll show you the pictures when we get a chance throughout the broadcast, but we did go ahead and chance to talk to Clark. You mentioned him from the Philippines, and we had a little bit of a challenge. Let's see how that went.
I think it's not from the Philippines. The name of the part, Oksana, I haven't heard any. I don't know that place. Oh, my bad. It's in the Philippines. It's a typical Filipino basketball court. Ooh, it's a bit tricky, but I think it's not from the Philippines. Yes. We don't have this these things behind the holding the ring. I was afraid I'm gonna get the other one wrong.
It always blows my mind because he said it's not the typical Philippines court. And I'm like, what do you mean? It looks like a basketball court. Then you've got the hoop, but then he explained it really well with the pole holding it up. And I don't know if I could do that great of a job trying to differentiate between what's an American court and what's not.
I respect it. Hey, and how beautiful is it when I was saying just a moment before, basketball is a truly global sport and NBA 2K is a global esport. We all sort of know what we're talking about, and you put us there on that court, we're all doing the same thing. As for the actual terminology, as for what they look like, apparently quite different sometimes.
Yeah, no question about that. And I got a question for you as we go ahead and get gameplay here in just a moment or two. I know you play 2K, but can you actually ball out in person? Can you go ahead and dunk? What are we looking like with your skill set on the court?
I feel like one of the things about remote broadcasting, you can pretend to be as tall as you like. And so I'm 6'2", I always feel like decently tall. And then I've been listening to y'all, and then I watch clips again of like Vince pulling out. And I start to retract quite a lot and say, oh no man, I'm just a spot up shooter. I'm just going to stand in the corner. You guys do your thing. Look, get me some of the eFIBA Season 2 hype today. Then I might be able to dunk again like I could when I was younger. On an average day without eFIBA, I'll just, nice easy layup for 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think there's ever been a broadcast where I have not been the shortest person on the team. That still holds to be true on this one here as well. Now, let me ask you this. We talked about the Philippines, but I want to kind of get any insight from you in terms of a dark night that you're kind of keeping an eye on, or maybe an underdog that you feel like people are just overlooking and not showing them enough love.
Look, as always, 100% Twitch chat. I want your opinions because you've been right. We've got you on record. It's the beautiful thing about the chat. You get in there and say, no, what you're talking about, these aren't favorites, or you're not focusing enough on this nation. We'll call it out. I actually generally quite like to be wrong, to give you like an actual answer. Singapore are sort of that, what do you want to call them? That the cousin. It's just like the other one. You sort of got the main dog, the underdog. And I'm just so sick of that happening all the time. They've got a lot of work to do to turn that narrative around. I wonder if eFIBA Season 2 might be the thing to do it.
You're selling me Singapore's always like, I'm always a groomsman, but never the groom.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll go ahead and see a change in that happening. You know what I love about this tournament is that, one, we get to focus on the international talent. And I feel like there are so many talented men and women that play this game that we just haven't been able to discover because we haven't been able to put the spotlight on them. I've got a ring light here. So today we're putting a spotlight on everybody. They can go ahead and ball out and showcase what they want. But it's always just interesting to kind of find those hidden gems, you know what I mean, of someone with a great IQ, someone who can go ahead and knock down shots and different things like that. Now, I want to talk about the patch a little bit. I know you and I have talked about it off air. Do you feel like the patch is going to make an impact, especially on maybe, say, the defensive end, where you can't just flick up your right stick anymore and get the steal animations, and you actually, you know, have to time and pressing a button?
100% for me, it is such an integral part of what makes a pro player. And I've gone on record as saying this time and time again. You get other people that say, oh, the game hasn't even changed that much. Everyone who gets to this type of level, eFIBA, you don't get there without being decent at the game. But are you a pro player? Are you a top quality, top caliber player? Then a patch comes out. Are you adjusting? How quickly do you adjust? Can you help your team to play differently as well? Of course, it's a 5-person esport. For me, the patch will be massive to see who adapts the quickest, who sort of changes things. And maybe, yes, India, who's been sitting there just like spamming this up the whole time, waiting for their steal, and who's actually got some timing when it comes to their interceptions.
I believe we are getting closer and closer to gameplay, and it's going to be a great one. We've got 5 teams in this group, which means we are going to be very dynamic. We're going to give you updates throughout the night, throughout the day, whatever time it might be for you. Sun might rise here about an hour for me, but we'll show you like main matchups, but we will always give you updates. And of course, if you don't want to wait on us, you can go to eFIBA.basketball to get the results yourself. Let me kind of zoom out a little bit. Let's go a little bit bigger picture here, because we're focused on Southeast Asia, but we've already had South America play. You've had North America play. You've had Europe play, Middle East, Africa. Has there anyone that's kind of impressed you in terms of surprising you? We know there's a couple of teams that we're going to dominate, but has any other federation surprised you yet?
Look, I know what ended up happening with the skill boosters and whatnot, only less than 48 hours ago. But I wanted to go on record day one and sort of back it up in the Twitch chat about Saudi Arabia. Now, you stay tuned to the eFIBA channels because I couldn't sort of resist making a video to back it up, speaking with the coach, talking about how it really is a global esport. And as an Australian, sure, does my mind jump there for players? Of course. It extends far more. It's why I'm so excited to be part of the broadcast today. It's why I'm so excited to be in the Twitch chat when I'm not on broadcast, because you have quality from all around the world. Now, I know that there's other esports and certainly other sports that Saudi Arabia are maybe known more for. Their 2K prowess has been long undersung, in my opinion. I thought that game one to kick things off on broadcast when they showed, I was just all smiles. Everything was green. Of the 46 buckets, there were 40 assists. Like, that rock was getting moved around like nothing else. The defending, the rotations. Saudi Arabia absolutely blew me away. Loved it. Can't wait until they're back.
I mean, look, you're going to keep talking dirty to me with those stats. I got to step my game up, right? You're about to take me to a whole different level, brother.
No,
I love it. I love it. But look, we've teased about the skill boosters, about how Lebanon went ahead and took over in terms of Saudi Arabia, and they leapfrogged them. But let's actually explain how and what that means. So, skill boosters are pretty much where you can go ahead and get a little bit of extra credit, because in school, I definitely needed that. So we're going to go ahead and apply that here in this tournament as well. So we're going to introduce skill boosters, or in-game rewards that nations can go ahead and achieve to add extra points to their leaderboard. There are a total of 8 skill boosters for the season, which you can go ahead and see on your screen. You've got team scoring 100 points or more, only giving up 30 points or less, achieving a triple-double, all the other great stuff. You see all of them here, but we're only focusing on the first 4 that I went ahead and mentioned. And something to keep in mind, Nate, we got to do the math unofficially, because we have a great ops team that's going to do it, is that assist to turnover ratio of 35 or more. That's going to be crucial, because on the offensive side, you don't want to have too many turnovers, because you're giving the other side way too many chances to go ahead and get on the board as well. So those are the 4 skill boosters that we're going to be focused on. Are there any where you're like, hey, teams should easily be able to get this?
Well, I think you're spot on, and you sort of alluded to it nicely. Maybe by accident. Knowing you, India, it was purpose. You're in control of things with that right stick spamming. I think there is greater incentive now to throw that rock around. I've been impressed that teams have been playing team ball throughout, as it seems. And to be fair, in NBA 2K24 compared to 23, the point guard can't do it all. They can't just spam dribble moves behind the backs for 24 and enjoy a three-pointer. You need to have a passing game. You need to get them involved. I believe that there should be even more lanes open than prior. Having a look at the Pro-Am scene leading in, of course, in the few days we've been able to, it looks like that'll be the case. So I know the triple-double, sort of the big headline one there. You get the hundo. I think Chris called it. I'm more about the hundi. Whatever you call it, 100 points, yes, please. If anything, conceding 30 points or less, I think that's the trickier one. If you're not looking at those other 3 skill boosters, particularly top and button, the hundi, and also the assist to points ratio, 35% or more. Basically, fam, watching along at home, 1 in every 3, that is so doable for mine.
Now, something to notate is that Nate and I will pay attention for these skill boosters. However, it'll be unofficial. Our great TO team will make it official, and we'll reveal that to you at the end. Now, I'm a visual person, so we're going to exactly break it down for you here. This is an example of how nation number 4, Nate, is in 4th place. They're behind 3rd, obviously, but they get the 5 skill boost points, so they go ahead and jump in 3rd place again. Call me a broken record, but that's exactly what happened with Lebanon. They were actually, if my memory serves me correct, they were down 1 in terms of points. However, they had 5 skill booster points, where Saudi Arabia only had 3, so that +2 went ahead and jumped them to that 1st place opportunity. And I mean, I'm telling you, it's going to make an impact, and you're going to have teams that are focused. I hope coaches are focused, just like we are, because we've got Philippines taking on the first matchup here, as it is 6-0 in favor of them. Chris, I'm happy to be alongside you, man. It should be a great night of games.
What about Nate? Is he all right as well, or do you want Chris? This has happened both times now. All right, Vince. And then India. Look, I want Chris as well, but he's a
I was
man.
doing
He's
so well.
Fake Australian.
I was doing so well.
I don't
Nate,
blame you.
Can I blame the fact that you said you had a name change? Can I just blame it on that?
Yeah, actually, to be fair, I can be Chris if you want.
Well, here we go, getting things started off for you. And again, in the chat, let us know what team you are rooting for, and we'll get right to it. As you got a little bit of break in the action. Speaking of steals, we talked about it early on. That's going to be a turnover, and right back on cue. They go ahead and give up the ball as well. Fast break opportunity, and that's going to be a slam dunk. I might say slam and jam. I hope Vince isn't awake yet.
Enjoy that compilation as well. Make sure you are tuned in following the eFIBA socials, because fun times, to say it absolute least. And you've got the sort of, what do you want to call them, catchphrase, and then other commentators sort of making it their own thing. I loved it a lot, to be quite honest. And when you put them all together, not to mention that you've got the India, like block. I don't know, fam. If you can't have fun with this esport, you're not doing it right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will absolutely steal sayings, phrases, and maybe give you credit if I feel nice about it. You know what I mean? Maybe. I know we've got, okay, all right, make it a little tough. How you gonna see when you go pass with the ball like that? little bit of action there. We'll get that taken care of for you. And that's the beautiful thing about it, man. We've got so many teams playing that you just got to go ahead and roll with the punches. But between these two teams, is there anything you're kind of keeping an eye on, whether it's on the offensive side, whether it's the three-point shots, whether it's the three hunting, I guess, or on the defensive side, whether it's the rotations? What's the one strategy that you're most focused on?
No, that's I've been really good, I think, so far tonight at answering directly. It's something I struggle with generally, India, but I can't, man. I can't with that. There is so much that I'm looking forward to tonight. There is not one individual thing that's going to make me be like, yeah, 100% then. Philippines are the team to watch. That's the thing that I want. I think a bit of cohesion and communication, and to be honest, maybe not jumping in and judging straight away. Fam, we'll have those pictures back in just a moment. Again, I think I blew it last time I was on here. They've given me another chance, thankfully. It is making sure that these nations, these teams, have a chance to grow into the tournament. I'm excited, and as you've seen in the broadcast, we generally just like yell and scream a bit to get started. Then you get a bit more of the stats, the analysis, and sort of breaking down the gameplay. And to be fair, for the players themselves, if you're playing in eFIBA Season 2 and many of these players, these nations are making their debut, I think to judge them on early nerves might be a slight disservice.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the early nerves because, again, we've been playing a few games in terms of the different regions, but this is the first time that we have these regions competing. And by the way, what I'm trying to say is you're going to have the nerves that you kind of brought up, right? It's kind of like, hey, the shot timing might be different because I don't know about you, but when you're in those scrimmages, you're a little bit more confident because there's not a lot of pressure. So you might do things out of body, out of character that in the game, you won't necessarily do otherwise. So I'm interested to see how someone plays, whether it's a team or an individual, in the first quarter or the first half or the first matchup versus how they play later in the day. And we'll get you that image, like we said, here momentarily, but just an update. You've got the Philippines that are up by 1 against Indonesia. It is the end of the first quarter. But what do you think? Do you think there are some nerves that they need to get over, or am I just kind of making all that up?
No, not at all. Not at all. India, it's one of those things that when you get to play at this level, and to be honest, commentate at this level, you can sense it, you can feel it through your monitor if you've got any type of intuition. And it's when you get to a live event, I don't care what country it is, what nation it is, everybody gets nervous. They might not show it, but goodness knows we saw it in sport. All the way back when I guess the NBA 2K League, and now eFIBA starts getting this thing going. You're like, will it translate? Of course it does. Everyone's still human at the end of the day. The big dogs were going to struggle with new situations, new scenarios. And even if it is later on today, Philippines, Singapore, they've played each other in their own words hundreds of times. I'd argue maybe in the thousands by now. It doesn't mean anything when you get to playing live on broadcast here in eFIBA Season 2.
And then one thing we'll have to keep in mind is the adjustments they'll make from the regular season. Oh, that's going to be a foul. From the regular season to if they do go ahead and make it to the finals, because adjustments are absolutely going to be made as it's 13-10. Indonesia trailing by 3. And if you're just joining us, we welcome you. What's up?
Yeah, the INA as well, I reckon, was throwing a few people in the chat if I've seen correctly.
It threw me off.
Oh, fair enough then. Don't blame anyone. Indonesia is who we've got now, and India should be IND that you'll see later on. Just to make that perfectly clear.
Yeah, I expected IND, but then I was like, I don't want to call out the wrong team. But nonetheless, though, this is the first round of matchups. We'll update you on everything that's going down. And they're trying to reset the ball
the face
right now.
cams, to be honest, India, that's what saved me. I'm nothing without them. And then we've got the fantastic additional content, not to mention, shout out the federations that get behind and really create some structure and processes and whatnot. I've said I don't want to go on about it too early tonight, but you're going to hear a lot about esports orgs, federations, and those structures to make sure the best players get picked. And of course, like training facilities, gaming houses, things like that. Some of these nations, and I dare say even more so nations around this part of the world, have really been, to be honest, India, just spending money, creating facilities, making sure their players have the best chance for competitions exactly like this one.
Yeah, that money hasn't hit my bank account just yet. But, you know, if they want to go ahead and slide something through, they're more than welcome to. We can do a little money gram. But right now, it's 16-10. And if you're just joining us, this is the Southeast Asia Regional Qualifiers. This is round 1. The team in blue are the Philippines. The team in white is Indonesia. You've got 5 teams in this group. 2 of them will advance to the regional finals. And then 1 of them from there will advance to Sweden for the World Finals, and of course, I get a chance to go ahead and win it as you get a nice fast break opportunity. That's something I've noticed here quite a bit, not just with the game in general, but especially this one here. They've had a lot of fast break opportunities off of whether it's steals, but more importantly, off of defensive rebounds as they've just been able to capitalize on.
And to be honest, those defensive rebounds start from what? Missed 3-point shots more often than not. We're not going to hammer it down. We just know that some people are struggling to shoot. Maybe when the patch happened, they're struggling to shoot a little bit more. The good news is, it's not everyone. Some of these players have well and truly adapted. Some of them are saying there's no problem whatsoever. There aren't going to be no rebounds if you're greening. Don't mention the mid-range as well. If that's not going, alongside the 3 points, India, I'm not sure what I can do to help you out.
And you've already got a couple of players that have their takeover, so that's going to give them a boost on the defensive side. There's another turnover, this time by Indonesia, as you're looking to cut into this deficit. Almost go ahead and got to get across. They finally do to the right side. Easy pass, great assist, gets it doon low. The assist to turnover ratio, the assist ratio for both of these teams is 2-to-1 at the moment, and that's because of those fast break opportunities that we mentioned. As it's about time we get things going. Sharp take on the left side. Dribble move, nothing there. Update required. Please don't quit or that might be an issue. Takes a shot. Looked like there might have been a contest on that one. Gets the rebound secured. And it's going to be Indonesia trying to get outside of their court.
I gotta say, isn't that always the way? You straight away, you might have been waiting, it doesn't matter how long, 4 years for a game, and as soon as you get in, update required, if you've in the Twitch chat, you know what I'm talking about. It's just a rite of passage.
Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. About 1:13 left in this one. Philippines up by 6.
If you want some context around it as well, just to flesh it out a little bit, I know we're sort of having a bit of fun and whatnot, maybe even myself sort of saying 3-point shooting a little bit tricky and whatnot. The connection between the teams, it's certainly not like if you're US based, sort of even playing across the US. So just sort of get that nice and clear. We've got some fun facts and stories about nations that have done a bit of traveling to make sure that there's a nice, smooth gameplay experience, as smooth as we can get. And then in terms of the actual players and whatnot, have a look at Baby B. The lock is going to be crucial if Indonesia are going to try and contain the Philippines, who start this game as quite heavy favorites.
You know, it's one thing to definitely breed the favorites, but we've seen, especially with the African region, that you had a couple of upsets. As that's a wide open shot from the right corner that gets it to drop. And now they've been kind of going back and forth. Obviously, you've got a bit of a lead, but you have Indonesia that's looking to fight back. We'll be interested to see how they close out the second quarter on the defensive side of things. A little pick and roll action, trying to set a body, getting a little bit of contact. Trying to use up the clock as much as possible. Nice cut, but that's going to be a block from behind. Gets denied. Indonesia looking to get some points up on the board. Right-hand side. Fadeaway shot doesn't go. Offensive rebound. That's going to be a putback. And that's going to put the deficit down to 4. And that'll be the end of the first half. It is Philippines 21, Indonesia 17. Nate, what are your thoughts on that first half?
21, can you do something for it? It's not a lot. It's not enough at halftime, unfortunately, as much as I might want to sing along. That is low scoring. Let's call that out. If one of the skill boosters, as you can see, less than 30 fam, maybe having a look at that. Again, a question on the other Twitch stream. Indonesia's flag is red and white. Hopefully it makes it nice and clear as to why they're red and white. That's why INA, Indonesia. Nice. We don't need to do that again. Philippines, it's good to know everyone's got that nice and straightforward. In terms of what we've seen, it is an adjustment. It is both the nerves of being the first game, being on broadcast, and being relatively close to post-patch. I think for mine, India, when there's players with shooting take and those shots aren't going when they're wide open, you know there's an adjustment to be made for sure.
Yeah, and here's another fast break opportunity. That's what Philippines have been able to capitalize on. That's the reason they've got their 6 points. By the way, shout out to Chris the man from Nets GC from the 2K League. He is helping out with the Philippines Federation team. And I know he's got the big brains to help him out on the scheme side, the strategies on and off the court. As Indonesia finds the open space, right-hand shot, not going to go, though. Rebound has been secured. And right now it's Indonesia that kind of gave up the lead a little bit. They're trailing by some, but they're kind of right there. And that's what you want, right? If you're especially going up against such a juggernaut that is the Philippines, if you're Indonesia, you're thinking, hey, let's just keep it close. Let's keep it within maybe 5 points or so that when it's that fourth quarter and you really got to turn it up a notch, they'll be able to.
Is that how you're thinking? And I mean that genuinely. For mine, I actually tune out of sort of the score quite a lot, and it's only when it gets to the end of quarter scenarios that I'm like, oh, how much time's left, and then maybe I have a look. I don't know if that's then an Australian thing or whatnot. The game management for mine is generally fourth quarter, end of periods, and not much else. Are you saying otherwise? I'd be interested to know.
Well, I think it's the fact that you might do yoga, you might do mindfulness. I don't know, because I think you're absolutely right in the sense that you don't want to psych yourself out. You don't want to look at the scoreboard and say, hey, I'm down by 7, I'm down by 9. I got to go ahead and do things that might not be in the best interest of, hey, you know what, there's a layup, but I'm down 12. I need a 3. And then you kind of dish it out, then you miss the shot, and now you have a 5-point swing the other way. So I think you're absolutely right. Your approach might be better to make sure you don't get psyched out based on the scoreboard. As Indonesia looking to cut the deficit to a single basket. Left-hand shot. That one's not going to go, but they secure the offensive board. And they're going to call a quick timeout so they don't have an errant turnover. And so far, things have been even. It is still a 2-to-1 ratio for the Philippines in favor of them in terms of assists. Indonesia has missed quite a few three-pointers, which is why Philippines have been able to take advantage of it on the fast break opportunities. And where are you going, buddy? We don't go to Sweden for another month and a half.
Tell you what, those contacts and the running out of bounds at the start, it felt like it was just a Biggs. Lovely feed inside, by the way. Nice find, easy 2. It's everyone now. You get a little bit of a bump if you have not prioritized strength on your build. I was saying it right before release. You sort of heard the rumblings, then you saw that stuff from Community Day. Here I am saying, don't worry if you're a center, please put strength on. And everyone's saying, well, we've never had to do that in 2K before. What's changed? Fam, physical handles for a start. We could go on and on. You saw that before. If there's not even clamps, no badge activation, just body on body, the higher strength will force you towards where you don't want to be. In here, if I could breathlessly try and link in something else that you were saying before, you shouted out, as you should do, Nets Gaming Crew, and the general sort of sharing of professional resources, maybe compared to other sports sims, other esports in that category. Here is one, NBA 2K, here in eFIBA Season 2. It's where you can really get tactical, where there are so many different improvements, so many areas, not just about gameplay, communication, and the rest of it. If you really do want to improve, you don't actually need necessarily a lot of coin. Speak to people. Get that wisdom, get that intel. The NBA 2K League coaches, some of them, multiple coaching staff, we were talking about 𝐂𝐿 and sort of stats. There are so many ways to improve your game. If you're somebody watching on, you're really keen to represent your nation in eFIBA in Season 3 and beyond, I really do encourage you to get around the community. It's not just a community for this stream. There are plenty of people that want to see you improve and will happily do so.
And an update for the folks at home. Mongolia and India has tipped off, and it is Mongolia that is up 7-0 with about 3:50 left to go in that game. All throughout the night, all throughout the broadcast, we will get you updates as it's 29-22. Trying to make something happen. That shot's going to be a bit contested on the left side. Gets the offensive rebound. Gets the jam right back.
Any thoughts on the sort of 5 out with a bunch of cuts here in here? If the shots aren't going, and right now they're not for either side, do you reckon maybe you just sort of play that patience game, everyone nice and chill, and because you are in person, you've got the 5 people in the room, if that's the blessed opportunity that you have, you really can instantly verbalize when you're going to cut, pass that ball maybe even before that cut is started? Or are you thinking, no, these shots will start to go, maybe we focus on that a bit more?
And here you can see India's waiting to go ahead and get up on the board. That's going to go ahead and be an 11-0 lead. And we welcome you to the broadcast. if you were just watching us, you're watching Mongolia taking on India. This is the first round matchup between these two teams in the region. You also have the Philippines taking on Indonesia. We'll update you all night long. As those
Reminder as well that it's a five-nation group, sorry, India, but it's just a little bit different than what we've seen before. So that point structure will look a little different to what you've seen. It's just to sort of weight it. When you've got different regions with different amount of countries, is to make sure things are nice and fair when we get to that global leaderboard.
And India goes ahead and gets on the board. 10-point lead from Mongolia as they're looking to pile it on. Easily gets past the lock, gets it over to the big man to reset it to the right side. Gonna take a wide open shot, and he knocks that one down from the right corner.
Thank goodness. I tell you what, you got 1 point to start, you have a bit of sigh of relief. How many times have we seen a team, though, get to a big lead, maybe even a big run? You keep the other team scoreless, and then the points dry up. All of a sudden, you sort of forgot how you did it. You start to question yourself. You really want to make sure you finish off these quarters, sort of a bit of a punctuation, a bit of an exclamation point. As soon as you're on top of an opponent, India, you cannot let them get that belief to get back into the contest.
No, you cannot. I believe you had Mongolia that was looking to get a three-point shot off, but they do go ahead and nail down the two, 16-1. And again, don't forget, one of the skill boosters that we talked about early on is to hold your opponent to 30 points or less. Mongolia is looking pretty and doing just that, as that's going to be another shot from the left side that just gets it to drop. India's got to go ahead and get back on the defensive side and kind of contest some of these shots because they're just way too wide open.
Tell you what, maybe they should get India as a coach, link that all in nicely. What advice would you be giving?
I call you Chris once and now you want to get rid of me?
I tell you what, I'm saying you can get in there and help them out while you're doing this. 22-1, get in the chat right now. We're talking about conceding 30 or less. How about we just get your first solid bucket? Some of these looks, they're not just contested, 100%.
That's going to be a foul call. Surprised they didn't dish it out to the left-hand side to get an open look once again. You've got the take. Knocks down the first one. Takes care of business on the second one as well. An update for y'all at home. The fourth quarter is where we're at in the Philippines versus Indonesia. It is Philippines that are up 31-22. As that one's going to be denied. Here's Mongolia. Back over to him.
By the way, I'm sorry, India, but that
You're
one,
fine.
you've just said, I can't leave it. I actually can't. You're saying 31-22, and you're right. That is with 3 minutes 40 left in the fourth. Mongolia 27 points in the first. You asked me earlier, are we looking at an underdog or whatnot? Are we saying that India maybe aren't this ball game? It's not looking good. Maybe Mongolia. With skill booster points alone, we need to start talking about them a bit more.
Yeah, we'll just say that it's the first game jitters for India, as that's going to be a reaching foul. We're going to switch back to this one. Philippines taking on Indonesia 31-22. About 3:32 left to go in the fourth in this round one matchup of the Southeast Asia qualifiers. As Indonesia needs to go ahead and get a bucket here to cut into the deficit, as that's going to be a wide open shot from the top of the key. They miss it. Rebound secured, looking to push the pace. 3-on-2. Got a man wide open down low. Don't get it to him. Looking to reset it back to the point guard on the right side. Got to get out of that corner. You can expect a bit of a reset unless he's lost his controller. Nope, gets it right back. Oh my goodness, what a dribble move. Can't get the shot to go. Offensive rebound secured to the putback just like that.
And that's where you're going to see the hot zones come into play. Of course, this isn't a league build or anything like that. In the Pro-Am, as I'm sure most of you all know, you can develop your hot zones, create lethal zones. It's why you're going to see what might originally look awkward screen set to help a player get to that zone where they're more likely to hit that three-point shot in a game like this where not many are going down, to put it politely.
Well, let's nerd out for about 30 seconds. When you say hot zones, what exactly does that mean?
Nerd out for 30 seconds, fam. You got 30 hours. I won't stop. You know me. It will just keep going down. Areas on the court that give you a boost. You're more likely. Your percentages are higher. Fam, I know you've got resources like 2K Labs, people a lot more scientific than I to give you the exact numbers. I tell you what, India, I see the color red, I'm happy. I see the color blue, I'm upset. I see the color purple, I'm delighted. That's your lethal zone there at the end. If you're following along, you can go and make sure you're doing drills, things in game, to make sure when you hit big games like you have here in eFIBA Season 2, you've got your spots. Some of these players, to be honest, it might be all around the court. For some of them, particularly at this stage since release, it might well be a like right corner where you've got that purple lethal zone, and it's going to be, I was going to say hard to miss, maybe just a lot easier to score based on this game.
Takes a shot from the top of the key. That one's not going to go. Defensive rebound secured. Holding on to it tight. Don't want to have a turnover as Indonesia's down by 6. Bringing it up the court. Trying to go ahead and cut into the deficit. Dribbles it right back out. And we're going to go ahead and see how that plays out. We'll keep you posted on that. We do apologize for that. But so far, is there anything that's impressed you between these two teams as we jump back to Mongolia taking on India? And it's just not a pretty sight. And I'm not talking about me this time.
I'll tell you what, yeah, India's doing well on half of your screen. Put it that way. 1 point headed into the second. Fam, I got love for all these nations. I'm excited that we've got global participation. I was having a chat about this with a friend this afternoon, and I know some of the comments are going to be unfavorable, maybe just downright nasty. I ain't got any time for that at all. You've got to have a starting point. How on earth do you know how good you are until you test yourselves against the best? Here I am saying Mongolia start as like 3rd favorites in this group. Maybe that changes the narrative for them. Maybe they're absolutely putting on a show. Maybe India, from game 1 to game 2, you see rapid improvement. I have nothing but respect for any individual, any nation that's willing to test themselves against the very best. If you have a look at those face cams, I think what you're going to see is a lot of nervous smiling. You're going to be a bit frustrated. It isn't ideal. It's not even close to, you call it like it is. It is also, for the best or anyone that wants to improve, a learning experience, a learning opportunity.
They doubled up their score, then they tripled up their score, as I'm sure they'll go ahead and kind of take a lot of things away from this one and try to make some adjustments. That's why it's okay. If you start off a little bit rough, it's perfectly fine, as we're going to bounce back to this one. 4-point lead for Philippines with about 33.4. They are on the defensive side. Indonesia has the ball as they are the team in white. Has the bit of a crab looking to attack the paint. Dishes it to the left side. Defense is right over there. Calls a cut to the right. That's going to be a midi. Not going to go. Offensive rebound secured. Dishes it right back out. Right corner was open for a second. Got it to him a little bit late. Coming back to the top of the key. Resets it off. 5 seconds to work with. Got to go ahead and get a basket. Defense is just swarming all around him. Got to get it up and hope for an offensive rebound. They don't get it. Philippines secure the rebound. And that should do it, Nate, as it's going to be 33-29. And they're going to foul with about 1.2 left to go.
It's one of those where, for mine, the webcams tell the story. We look forward to the live event, in-person event. But you have a look at the cameras for now. You see all you need. Somebody is done and dusted. Someone by the name of Clark with one of those cheeky smiles we love seeing on this side of the world, who knows that it is not ideal, that they can improve, but it's a W. You got that win. Dare I say, held your opponent to under 30. Boom, skill booster.
We talked about India having a rough outing, but so far in the second quarter, they've strung along a couple of buckets, as they've scored 6 compared to the first quarter where they scored 1, as that shot's not going to go. Gets the rebound. You do have team take. Right corner, wide open shot. Knocks it down smooth like butter. And you know that Mongolia is looking to get those 100 points to get the additional skill boosters. Matter of fact, maybe we should be talking about Mongolia looking to put up 181 points to beat Team USA's record of 180 that they put on last week.
Now, India, one step at a time. I tell you what, I couldn't believe that when we were watching along. I was going to say, like, holding my breath, but I don't know what was going on in the breathing department. I was just in awe, mouth agape, being like, how is this even possible? You're not doing it. I'm sorry, India. I'm putting a definite out there. We're not getting close to the 180 in this game. It's just not happening.
Well, let's talk about pace. And, you and I can nerd out a little bit. In order for you to score 181 points every single quarter, you've got to put up 45.25. So at the end of this half, we'll see if they're on pace to do that. And if they are, that means they'd have to put up about 91 points to close out the half. And you're right, I don't think they'll be able to do that. But who knows what the second half looks like, right? Oh, and what a block There's a little bit of defensive effort from India.
Feel like the acclimatization, as I mentioned, not just throughout sort of the season, not just throughout the match day today, fam, quarter to quarter. And I say again, for anyone watching on who has a thought, second thought about the naysaying, sort of saying, how is this possible? I sort of ask you, what's your goal here? What are you looking for? Would you like to see more nations in 2K? Surely that's a yes. Do you want to see the talent develop all around the world? I know that's a yes too. And so here we are, different nations at different stages, getting a chance to show us, not just throughout a tournament, quarter to quarter, that they can improve, they can learn things from their opponent, no doubt from other nations in their region.
No question about it. Would definitely love to see more federations get involved, enhance the competitiveness of everything. As you get another fast break opportunity, that shot from the right side is going to go in and drop as well. And again, 91 points is where Mongolia needs to be at the end of the half to be on pace to beat the record of 180. Can I call it the world record? Can I just call it that?
Yeah, world champions when we hit sort of domestic leagues is something that's been talked about enough lately here at eFIBA Season 2. I tell you what, India, we will find the world champions at the world finals. And so world records, this is the competition where you're going to see it happen.
You have the Mongolian team that has made the exact amount of field goals that India has attempted. 25-25 is how we're looking. And we are in just a few moments going to have a special guest for you, as we're about 30 seconds away from this first half to come to an end. And we'll see how India is able to build on the second half. Wide open shot from the inbound, knocks down the three to boost up their score to 73. We told you we had a special... Go ahead.
Oh, we got it. No, go India, please. Guess always.
Well, I want you to hold your thought for sure, because I will always want to hear what you said. But we've got Clark with us from the Philippines. My man Clark, how's it going? You just got your first dub. I'm sure you're feeling good. Now, you got to talk to me. Why you slide into my DMs?
There's no way that he's got you right now. You got me, Clark. I reckon he's ready for Nate. If not India, we'll have him
He's
in a
just
moment.
busy, you know? It's like whenever you go ahead and get a big victory, you're just on Twitter. You want to go ahead and, you know, talk your talk, the trash talk, and see what the folks are saying about you, tagging you, all that stuff. We'll keep you posted with everything that's happening. Gets Clark here in a moment as we go ahead and swing on back to this game. 76-12, about 10 seconds left in the second. As that shot from the right side is not going to go. Offensive rebound secured. 2 for $1. Takes a midi from the elbow. Doesn't go. Another offensive rebound. He says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take care of it myself.
And I know it's not fun when you've got the consecutive rebounds and quick transition points and stuff like that. You've got shooters with take, India. You've got to be guarding them. When we saw that inbounds play a little bit, that's one very basic learning for mine straight off the rip. Anyone would take, even if you've got to let them in inside. And like I said, concede a rebound, maybe even get 2 scored against you at the end of it. Considering the scoreline, Mongolia having no issues with their shooting today. Go and guard those shooters as priority number 1. Have a look at your screen. They are ready to fire if you're not right up on them.
Unfortunately, that halftime breakdown looked like your height versus my height. Just quite lopsided, as you can see from the score.
How tall are you?
How tall am I? You're out of your mind. We've got about 1,000+ people watching. There's no way I'm doing that right now.
All right, another time. DMs like Park. That's where we do
5'7", brother. 5'7".
You don't see, mate. You've got the confidence, the handsomeness of a 7-foot tall man. All right, I feel about 3 foot next to you, so you rock it.
I appreciate you, brother. I'll definitely get a step stool when I'm hanging out with you, Chris, and Vince in Sweden. As India, okay, look, couple of fancy moves, but my man, you got to get the ball through the basket. And I'm surprised he didn't. I'm surprised that Mongolia didn't dish it out all the way to the left corner to go for a 3-point shot.
Yeah, I think when you pass it anywhere near bounds areas, you just have that little bit of a worry, and I don't care if you're up by 70. It's just one of those things in the back of your mind. It's when you talked about, even, to be fair, people straight on Twitter, straight on social media, after games, how often is that accompanied by a box score? Pretty much every time you're like, and this is how it went down. when someone starts being like, oh, but you had 3 turnovers, I reckon that does play into your mind a little bit. Not a huge amount, but enough to be like, oh, I want that assist and I don't want that turnover, to make sure, you know, if someone didn't tune in, as foolish as they'd be, not to watch eFIBA Season 2, there's the stats to back yourself up at the end.
You know, the biggest difference that I'm seeing, and you're going to get a foul there, transition take, I believe is what it was, is how when India has the ball on the offensive side, they don't really spread the floor. They don't really run the meta that you see with you have 2 offensive players in the corners, 1 hash. They're just kind of all around the place where you don't really have a lot of spacing, which of course is going to make an impact because it makes it on the defense easier to go ahead and guard a couple of players by just 1 defender.
I think we could probably like run with that for the rest of this game if we stick with it. We do love the eFIBA Season 2 format, jumping around the different games. We've already had the Philippines securing their win earlier, but maybe this is an opportunity for y'all, anyone watching along who's keen to improve their game. I talked about the community and how you can reach out. Look, y'all are the community. India and I are technically a part of it too, albeit a slightly different capacity today. What about for those newcomers? India, any more tips? I thought that was a good little nugget of gold from you. Things about spacing, making sure that if your offense isn't fluent, you're not just driving, mashing square. The fundamentals, you start off, you've got your 2 corners, your hash, maybe you come and set a screen, because I tell you what, I haven't seen many of those yet from India.
Yeah, well, go ahead and talk about it. We talked about the offensive. Let's talk about defensive side of things, where you want to make sure that your rotations are on point. What's your strong side look like? Strong side in the sense of where you have the offensive player in the corner and the hash as well. That would be your strong side, but you got to get your rotations right. If you know that, hey, there's slips happening from the center, the corner's got to go ahead and cover from the strong side, then you got to get the hash defender to drop all the way down. I know it sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Maybe we'll put together a couple of clips to showcase exactly what we're talking about next time around, as India trying to go ahead and guard the 3-point line. They haven't been able to, but Mongolia's missing as well.
You're right,
Could
there,
have had a
because
wide
then
open
there's
shot.
the lingo, the terms that go alongside it as well. And it's like run horns and everyone starts freaking out, wondering what you're doing, I guess.
Yeah.
Offensive capacity, defensive capacity, it doesn't matter, anything like that. And if you're watching a stream, you might be a bit of a loss for words. I like how India quite rightly just sort of says, fam, it's just words for things. It's just lingo. It's just mumbo jumbo. If you're in the same room and have a look at that India gaming room, you can't just verbally communicate. If you ain't got the terms yet, don't worry about it. You can just have a chat and say, all right, if it goes there, I'm going there. If it goes to the left hash, I'm your man. Switch on roll. If he rolls to the rim, then we're going to switch. There's lots of different basic terms. Find what works for you. I'm certainly not precious about the terminology, India. Anything. If you're 95 to 14 down, a bit of communication is the place to start.
Well, we are on Hundo watch as Mongolia is 5 points away from getting to 100. They've got about 2 minutes left in the third. Plenty of time for them to go and achieve this, as India trying to find a little bit of spacing. Step back shot. That one's not going to go. Offensive rebound has been secured, and they're going to put it right back up to get them to 16 points.
Bailing me out all 2K24 long. I cannot lie. Thank you very much. People saying, can you nerf it a little bit? No, I'm happy the way it is.
Yeah.
98. For what it's worth, I'm going to say Hundi and not Hundo, just because that's what I've always done. I'm going to shout out 𝐻𝐿 and say that's for you, to make sure people don't get confused and we're not saying your name. Here we go, India. The Hundo, the Hundi. It's about to hit.
The question is going to be whether they go ahead and get it with a 2-point shot, or if they go ahead and knock down a 3 inside the paint. Trying to make something happen. A little bit of post move. Wide open shot from the left side. Oh, that one doesn't go. India secures the rebound. Something to notice as well is that India has not made a single 3, and Mongolia goes ahead and gets the steal, passes it, and that's going to be 100 points from Mongolia. And that is a skill booster, and those are just going to keep on adding here today.
Fam, there we are in the third. We don't even need to wait to that final period. You've got the Hundo, the Hundi, 3 digits, whatever you want to call it. It's being done. Shout out the unselfishness, attempted unselfishness, by the way, from you. So kicked it to Sam Nation, who said, you bring it up. Then he bottled it. So he's like, all right, we're just taking this to, we're getting that skill booster point locked in. Fair play, Mongolia.
And now we've got another skill booster for us to go ahead and take care of. Because remember, If Mongolia holds India to 30 points or less, they get another skill booster, which we'll talk about. But you know what? Knock, knock. Who's at the door? It's Clark. My man, how's it going? You got the first dub out of the way. How you feeling?
I feel fine we won the game, but I feel like we should have played better. Kind of rusty. We're trying to make the game faster so we can get those skill boosters, as they say. But I'm glad we got the win.
Clark, Nate here, friend, because I gotta jump in and say that's not what you expected. When we were having a talk, we're gonna have some questions about your preparation for this. They've been immaculate. What was missing there on the court today?
I just think it's it's first game jitters. No, we're not hitting our open shots, but our defense is there. We ran the break, so I think that's why we won.
When it comes to the preparation, you've talked about it, but give us a little bit of insight. What does it mean when people say we've been preparing for this team?
For us, our federation prepared by getting us a team house. So we're playing at in one place. We're sleeping here. We're gonna stay here for 1 month, and we're gonna just play until the regional finals. So that's what we've been doing.
Massive, absolutely massive, fam. If you're hearing that, Twitch chat, if you're not getting excited about that, you're not hearing correctly. There's a federation that is support 1 month. Fam, they're living together, they're playing together. That can only help with bonding, Clark. I know that it didn't just start there, though. It's not the starting point. You've had esports org supporting you. There's been a lot of people to help you get to even this place.
Yeah. Our mother team, Laos Group Esports. They cater the players that actually represents the Philippines. So shout out to my manager, Sir Ian Serenilia, and our president, Paul Laos. So it wouldn't be possible to be here without them, and all my teammates just watching, supporting us. Thank you so much.
Hey, before we let you go, I gotta ask you this. I think it's clear in terms of everyone's talking about y'all are the favorites with how well you've competed in previous tournaments. However, who do you feel has the best shot to go ahead and take down the great Philippine team?
I think it would be between Indonesia or Singapore, really. I just feel like Indonesia has the experience, and at the same time Singapore has been playing 2K, but they haven't been able to join the eFIBA tournaments. But we know them very well, and they can play.
Looks like we lost my brother Nate. We'll go ahead and get him back here in a second. But thank you so much, Clark. I know you and I have had a chance to talk quite a bit. Good to see you again, brother. And best of luck. And hopefully we'll see you in Sweden. Take care.
Thank you, India. Thank you, Nate. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. You take care, my man. Nate, you're looking good. You're looking sharp. But we'll go ahead and get back to the action here as Mongolia, 116-32. Looking to continue piling it on. Shot from the right side. That one's not going to go. Gets the offensive rebound secured. Back outside to the left side. We're just going around the world as they knock down another three to pile on to this matchup. India once again inside the paint. Not successful there. Another fast break opportunity. Can't get that one to drop. India secures the rebound. Looking to push it up the tempo. Got a couple of folks inside. They're going to go up with it. Can't connect. But they do go ahead and get the rebound back. The Mongolian team look to get back on the offense without the ball. And now it's just looking like shooting practice out here. With about 2 minutes left to go in the fourth. India down low. Once again at the post, and that one's going to be denied. Blocked, and that one goes out of bounds. What an incredible performance here by Mongolia. And they've got 2 minutes to continue piling it on. That's going to be a violation, but we are going to go ahead and stay here with India. Mongolia did lose out on the opportunity of the skill booster because they did not hold India to 30 points. Looks like India did not want to go ahead and take that three-point shot from the right side. Nonetheless, here is Mongolia. Misses that one. Couple of missed opportunities. I feel like Mongolia had a chance to break the world record of 180 points. But just a lot of missed opportunities. But they can't complain when you continue knocking them down like that. And you've got 100% on the team take once again from Mongolia. Looking to close out strong with 1:30 left. India, spin move inside. That's going to be a reach-in foul. That's going to be an illegal screen. That's on the offense, and we're going the other way. Things just aren't going well for Mother India. 125-34. Minute 30 left. Mongolia, nice little move, but once again, once you have badge, once you have that take, you've got to go ahead and knock down those shots. Can't continue missing them as they get the steal. Get it all the way across the court. Missing the shot yet again. Gets another steal. Had a man open on the right side, but that's going to be a foul. That's a reach-in foul, the third on Banks. Here on the inbound. Back over to the top of the key. Gets it inside. Tries to go ahead and run a little bit of pick action. That's the right side. Wide open shot. Bang! 128-34. A matter of fact, chat, let me know. If y'all go ahead and peep the box score, let me know if Mongolia has anyone with a triple-double. Or if you feel like you've done the math and we can maybe find out what their assist-to-turnover ratio looks like. As India trying to maybe cross the 40-point threshold, passing it all the way across, but they go ahead and turn it over. That shot attempt doesn't go. What a putback slam! Put a statement on that one, just like this game has been. India dotting it to the left side, I believe. Oh, looks like they're going to try to attempt a three-point shot. They do. Fadeaway shot. That one's not going to go. 3-on-none opportunity, and they go ahead and miss that one as well. We're about 10 seconds away from concluding this one. As that one. Rebound secured to the right side. Back up top. Nice little give and go. And that's going to do it. It's Mongolia that's going to go ahead and come out with the dub against India. 135-34. What a point differential. And that's going to be key when we go ahead and go through the group standings, the leaderboards, the tiebreakers. You want to pile it on. You want to go ahead and get the skill boosters. Great job. Big shout out to Mongolia. What a performance from them to just come out hot from the gates. India, they went ahead and had a little bit of a slow start, Nate, where they had just a 1 point scored in the first. Then they kind of ramped it up and said, oh, all right, we're awake. The sun is up. We're up. We know how to ball out.
I feel like I was consistent from the start in saying with some of these nations that are new for eFIBA Season 2, give them time. Give them time quarter to quarter, let alone throughout a match day, let alone throughout the season. They're going to be learning on the fly. They're going to be learning from their opponent in games. We were talking about spacing, rotations. Fam, can I see some screens, please? There will be a lot better to come for the fans of India watching along.
I mean, you had a couple of screens that India did try to go ahead and set, but they were just called for illegal screens. So it's those little things where you got to do it right? You got to go ahead and set. You can't kind of keep moving. You can't cheat, Nate. You can't.
Look, I thought I'd set it off by saying set some screens. India, you're correct. Set some legal screens. Don't be moving while you hold circle. Maybe I do need to start there. Fair enough. I'm always happy to be humbled, to be wrong. You're spot on.
I didn't mean it.
We did technically see screens. I respect it.
There's a lot that they definitely can go ahead and improve on. But again, for a federation that I don't believe they participated in Season 1, it's great to see them, compete here in Season 2, and I expect them to continue building on that momentum. We will have an interview for you here shortly, but has Mongolia impressed you in terms of, let me rephrase that. Has Mongolia surprised you, or do you feel like there's still more that you have yet to see, especially against maybe, say, a Philippine team or a Singapore team?
It's going to be hard to gauge too much from that performance, but to answer your question, yes. Yes, I did not expect that margin. I was thinking comfortable victory. What did I say at the start? Something like they start as comfortable favorites. That was a lot more than comfortable favorites. That's not just worrying about the hundo. That's a margin of 100 points as well. That is something special. It is certainly giving us a bit to think about. I wonder if the Philippines too, I wonder if Clark is starting to wonder maybe this group, maybe this region's a bit tougher today than we thought.
Well, we've got another interview for you right now. You have my man Kevin, who is a content creator and a streamer from the Philippines. How's it going, brother? Welcome to the show.
Oh man, thank you. Thank you for having me, and I'm enjoying the games, man. This Asian qualifiers has been great. The eFIBA season 2 has been great. I'm excited for Sweden. Let's do Sweden tomorrow, man. I'm ready.
Hey, well, let me go ahead and get a jacket or something because I hear it's going to be cold out there. But look at that. See, you came prepared. I got to be like you. How's it been watching the Philippine team play, especially because I feel like everyone's been talking about them? Have they kind of lived up to the hype do you feel thus far from the showing they had?
Well, your first question, how does it feel like? It's amazing, man. We're basketball enthusiasts, and just seeing our country represent basketball and in our level playing field without the height, without the weight disadvantage, being representing the Philippines in NBA 2K has been great watching. And in terms of the expectation, I think the Philippines again is a favorite in Asia. I think without Korea, Japan, and China playing in eFIBA season 2, I think we're the top dog in the region, and it resonates. Obviously in the results and in the tournaments that we've been winning in the past few seasons and installments of eFIBA.
I tell you what, that's a very confident answer, and I expected nothing less from you. I want to try and move to some other regions. I believe that you were commenting on Greece, that game against France, and you were enjoying that. I know you've been enjoying the season so far. Is there another nation or region you particularly had your eye on?
Oh, I'm looking at Turkey and I'm also looking at Spain. Those two teams in Europe region are very underrated. You know, we hear a lot of praise for USA because obviously 2K League, they're the biggest league in the world, and you know that very well, India. But I think that Turkey and Spain is very, very underrated. They have 2K League players there as well. Ave Mario, Haza obviously is in Great Britain. Ave Mario is there. Rafael obviously is a GM for Ducks. He's also leading that Spain team. So I think that eFIBA is a great platform to showcase other countries that has not been highlighted in the world of 2K. And I'm just so happy to be part of this because I'm going to be witnessing this in the front seat that USA is not the only team that's good in 2K, man. All right, India?
Hey, look, I'm just saying. You're going to get me in trouble. I'm going to get a call from our team and be like, hey, stop being biased. No. But you know what's great? I'm glad you bring that up because I agree that when it comes to the 61 federations that we have, USA is the favorite because of all the talent they have. They have the most amount of professionals on their roster. I believe 9 out of 10 are professional 2K League pros, champions, and all of that. However, the spotlight's been on them. This tournament, Nate and I have been saying it all week long, everyone else as well. This tournament, you get a chance to kind of shine some light on the other players and showcase that, hey, we can take down the big juggernaut as well. So I'm with you. I would love to see great competitive games and just kind of have a fantastic tournament overall. We talked about the nations. Are there any players that you're focused on? I know you mentioned Ave Mario from Spain. I know you mentioned Haza from Great Britain. Our brother Dirk also plays for Great Britain center spot. But are there any other players specifically that where you're like, hey, we need to show out because this is a hidden gem that can play at the highest level?
Oh, 100%. LCB from the Philippines. He dropped 40 chicken nuggets against Turkey in that Olympic qualifiers. I mean, I've played against Turkey I'm playing in the European server, and I know how tough the Turkish defense is. And with LCB scoring 40 points against a very tough defensive Turkish team, I mean that's very difficult to do. Even players in Europe, that's even teams in Europe that's very competitive. I'm talking about France and Spain. You don't get 40 against Turkey easily. And with LCB performing in that level, in that stage on site, I mean he's got all the he's got all the weapons, and it's great again for eFIBA to showcase this. And we never heard of LCB before eFIBA, honestly. Internationally, we never heard of names like Ice, names like Preach, names like Tansu. We never heard any of those names. Yeah. But right now, looking at LCB, I think he's got a great chance to represent himself here in eFIBA. I know APAC is coming as well. APAC. So with him performing well here, performing well in APAC. I think it's just boost himself in terms of putting his name out there. You know, draft me. He says he's shouting, "Draft me!" in the upcoming 2K League.
Tell you what, he owes you like a slice of something after that shout out. That is impressive. India, you keep leading our guest here towards the Philippines. I think we got enough of that already. I want to know, what about your underdog? What about a nation that you think we've not talked about enough? You can call me out directly if you want. Who are we not talking about enough?
I think there's a team that's there's a lot of European teams in playing in other countries, but I think that Morocco is a very strong team. With Mastur leading the point guard position, I think I'm forgetting the names, and I feel sorry for this, but I think that Morocco is a very tough team because I think a lot of their players are very experienced in the competitive pro-am scene. And with their team being led by a very solid point guard, I think that a lot of teams, I mean, a lot of countries will be surprised with how Morocco is going to perform in this.
We saw plenty of spam in the Twitch chat with the names, with the flags as well. I tell you what, you're spot on if you hadn't heard of them beforehand. Fair enough, there's over 600 players on the roster list for eFIBA Season 2 for India. We started to see that passion come through, the Moroccan passion, more than some of the other nations, I dare say.
Yeah, and of course, you know, if you're okay with it, we can ask a couple more questions as we wait for games to be kind of tipped off. What do you think is the biggest difference that folks at home may not understand about playing remote and then playing in person, especially when we get to Sweden for the World Finals?
I think it's the pressure of just looking at your opponent in front of you. You know, back in PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, we don't get a lot of online games. We play with our brothers beside us. And if the trash talking gets going, it gets on you. And sometimes it affects your game. A little bit of that will be shown in Sweden because you're going to be seeing them with their passion. They hit a corner shot. They strip the point guard. You know that passion is gonna show, and you can already see it in 2K League. I'm not sure if the international players are as big as trash talkers as 2K Leaguers. I think they're a lot more passionate. But kidding aside, I think looking at how a play affected their emotion, I think that also has an effect on you. It depends on how strong your heart is. It's either you're gonna buckle down or you're gonna get hyped up as well. But it's totally a different environment, totally different pressure. But that's what makes a great player, you see. That's what makes Michael Jordan great. Even though he didn't win the most championship, he's won it in the most crucial ways, you know, buzzer beaters, fadeaways, big dunks and all that. It's the pressure, it's performing under pressure.
Nate, I love that he used
discussion India. I'm sorry, because I feel like we're the same thing here. MJ versus LeBron on an eFIBA stream. I know we're sort of trying to bring the discussion and the heat. I don't know if I want to do that. We could have the Twitch poll up and running. It's a community thing after all. If you are just joining, Dilo_2K co-streaming, of course, here you would have seen last season and getting behind it, all the different regions. Is there then a little GOAT debate for you player-wise when it comes to 2K? Can I ask that quickly?
Oh, I think a lot of players have been discussing Dayfry. I think Dayfry is the best, man. I watch him play. I think it's not just a center position. I think his overall knowledge of the game, his overall demeanor, and his presence, and obviously his accolades. I think Dayfry's the GOAT, man. He shouldn't retire. He shouldn't be a coach. Just keep playing, Dayfry.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He heard what you were going to say in the future, so he said, I'm going to come on back. There's no question. The man is dominated with the performance, and we'll get a chance for him to see him play for Team USA. But Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure y'all check him out, a streamer from the UK, but is from the Philippines. We appreciate you for being with us.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's a great pleasure talking to you both. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, India. And I'll be sitting here enjoying the game just like the rest of us in Twitch and all the platforms.
Well, we appreciate you for supporting us. We appreciate you for hanging out, and we'll see you next time, pal. That is my man, Kevin. Make sure you check him out. Nate, we've seen 4 teams play. We've still got one more team that's been waiting on the sidelines, just inching to get closer and closer to play. And, of course, that is Singapore. What are you kind of expecting from them, especially because I believe the next matchup that we're going to see, whether it's on stream or kind of update you on, is going to be Singapore taking on India.
What did I say? I can't remember anything I say on these broadcasts, and I watch it back. Like, that was a good point. That was a terrible, stupid thing to say. Singapore, I think I said something like you're the younger brother. Maybe India said, like, always the groomsman, never
Don't
the groom.
don't blow. Oh, okay, yeah. You're always a
Yeah,
groomsman,
just-
but never the groom.
You did the right bit. You said what I'm trying to say. That's why.
Yeah,
I
don't
see
try to
India
start
in charge
beef on
here.
my side. No. I was giving an example of what you said. I got nothing to do with this.
Exactly. India says it diplomatically. I don't. The whole point being, the vibe of what I'm trying to say, if you can stay with me, they always get so close. Only then we start talking about the Philippines. Only then do Mongolia just pull out on broadcast and all of a sudden they're relegated again. My encouragement was, in this game against India, you're live eFIBA Season 2. This is your chance to show, if there's 100 being scored, go score 200.
Go score 200. You know what we got to do on pace for that. That's easy math. That's a 50-50-50-50. We'll see if they're able to get a double. You've got Singapore taking on India. You have Singapore finally stepping on the court as India is looking to bounce back in game number 2 from them. Right corner shot just starting off with a bang is Singapore as they knock that wide open shot down.
Look, sometimes you can metaphorically score 200, you know, just like 5'7" doesn't really mean anything in India. I want to see a 200-point performance, not
Hello.
necessarily 200 points, you know?
Okay, way to backtrack a little bit, but I hear you though. I hear you. You know, 5'7", 7'5" energy, no question. As Singapore wants to build a little bit of momentum for the tournament throughout, and it starts right over here. Passing it outside. India tries to contest, but way out as they're going to get the rebound. Takes a bit of a shot there from the midi. Not going to go. And we'll get you updates on the other games that are going on as well as they go ahead and get started. Want to give you as much action as possible. Missing that one.
Backing up as well, that community chat that we've been talking about. Wonderful to see the 𝐷 Love fan been co-streaming. Please go and watch your streams, get around it, get different flavor for what you're keen on. Great to have the personalities there. And then talking about different nations as well that are not yet participating, fam. We got 61. It is massive. Have you seen anything like this on the global esports scale? And yet, eFIBA is a year in, year out competition. It's going to be back bigger and better than ever. It really is just the beginning. It ain't no cliche. If you've got a nation that you want to see, get on social media, tag them, tag your federation, make sure you link in eFIBA. And hey, maybe season 3, you get the chance and the bright lights.
Yeah, no question about it. Hopefully we can cross 100 federations next time we do this. But for now, we are locked and loaded with 61 nations across 7 different regions, 8 teams, 8 federations, excuse me, will be represented in Sweden towards the end of October. In Jönköping, Sweden.
Yeah, that's the one.
As a quick 8-0 lead.
Perfectly pronounced India until we're told otherwise. I love it. To touch on another one, where you nailed it before, by the way, we're talking about Nerds. That game before, and then Clark backs it up, mate. 100% on point. India is the man. Vince, I'll tell you what, be careful. He rocked the bow tie and vest. He is rocking the hosting role as well. Because Clark, straight away, he was nervous, and they've done it before. Same opponents, same gaming room. They've been there for a month, or they will be there for a month, rather. And yet, when you're live on broadcast, that emotional, that mental game, it does play into it. I know the Twitch chat might be like, really? Yes. You're going to hear it time and time again. You're going to see it live and sweet.
I just want you to know that the social media team, and I know exactly who it probably was. I don't want to call them out, but they did me dirty. They kind of made me a meme. I know later on we'll show the official account on my screen share, but they kind of did me dirty. I see you. I'm going to get you back. I don't know how. I don't know when.
What happened, India? What happened? Should I go to myself and have a look right now?
You can take a look if you'd like, but we'll show it on the broadcast later on when we get a little break in the action as Singapore. I don't want to say a sluggish start, but I did expect them to crack double digits if we got halfway through. It kind of goes to either showcase, Nate, that India's playing better defense or Singapore is just getting the rust off on.
Yeah, I'm happy for a bit of both. What I've seen, India jumping a little bit less and more hands up, which is a really, really good start. particularly if we're going back to fundamentals. I would like to see a lot of that, particularly in the paint, even when it feels a bit counterintuitive. For Singapore, as I said, the Nerds, this is their first game, 5 teams. You can only do the sort of 2 at once, and we like jumping between the pair of them. I'd expect that to increase quite rapidly. I'm not saying necessarily the Hundi is on, but watch for that scoring acceleration, particularly with 3-point shooting. As soon as those start dropping, you get on a roll. The percentages, of course, stop going down. It's a momentum thing, India. You know that better than most. It's a cliche. It's a cliche because it's true. You hit 1, you hit 2, all of a sudden you've hit 5 or 6.
Basketball is a game of runs. 2K is a game of momentum, and you can see that happening right now. As soon as I said I expected Singapore to score more points, I'm like, all right, look, hold on, watch this, we got it. As they just go on a nice little run themselves. Wide open shot, didn't want to go ahead and take it down low. A little bit of a post move, and they're gonna go ahead and call timeout. All right, interesting enough. Couple of confusing moments there.
It's all right. Little early game jitters, early game nerves. I'm totally fine with an early timeout and some comms. And honestly, we've seen it in other leagues, named or unnamed. Even just that mental break, mental reset. No type of mental reset stops you from missing really off. Those 3-point shooters would take over India. I'm sorry, I was going to start to get behind them and say, yeah, good to have the mental break, mental reset. And then I've seen those back-to-back takes. You're going to see a third here, please. And that's when you stop. And that's when you say, with bad, however you like to say it.
Oh my
Because
goodness.
then you airball, and then it starts to get even worse. And I'm going to start just getting you deeper and deeper. Fam, give it to someone else. Maybe just take a 2, 3 from the corner. Thank you.
They do go ahead and knock down that one. That was like maybe 4 shots missed in a row. If you're just joining us, you're watching the Southeast Asia Regional Qualifiers. This is round number 2. The second game that India is playing. The first game that Singapore is playing. And if you guessed it, the team in red that just knocked down that shot is Singapore. The team in blue is India. As Singapore gets the defensive steal. Excuse me, the defensive stop. As they look to go ahead and have an inbound here. Trying to run a play, gets it to the outside. Thought there was going to be a pick action. So this is, obviously you had the end of the quarter there. But I am interested to see if Singapore can work on their spacing a little bit. Like, look at right now. It takes them some time. Well, obviously right now it's India, but it takes Singapore some time on the offensive side to go ahead and get in their proper formations.
Yeah, I wondered if that was starting to be part of the strategy, to be quite honest, because it's every single offensive possession. You're seeing them starting in and around the key before, as you say, heading out towards their spots. Is that nerves or jitters? Is it tactical? I like to say from different regions, we can say different things. I reckon at the very least, India, I can back you and say it's not yet been effective.
Yeah, we've got over 600 people watching on Twitch and a lot more on YouTube. We appreciate you for hanging out. By the way, make sure y'all go ahead and check out the co-streamers. Just about every federation has a co-streamer, so if you're looking to watch those games, you can check them out. Follow the socials to see who you can go ahead and tag along with. As that rebound secured, right side shot, that one's going to go. And 50,000 euros is what this tournament is all about. And of course, representing your country as well. As there's a loose ball, that's going to be a violation of backcourt. Not something you see often.
Look, a bit of pressure. Do we like to credit the defense there and getting inside their head? I don't know. I always like to look for the positives. Some things, like your backcourt, you're out of bounds when you just dribble it along. It's a little harder to excuse at this level.
Appreciate Vince hanging out. Vince, and you were supporting us the last time Chris and I were on. We greatly appreciate that. Vince back in the chat as well. You'll get to see him along with Chris the next time out. Vince, by the way, I don't know if you missed this, buddy, but I know you're gonna rock out the tie when we get to Sweden. I'm gonna hope to have a boat.
I wonder if the bow tie is the way to go. Goodness knows they rocked out last time. Fam, you're tuning in to eFIBA Season 2. Much appreciated. When we have a look at some of these nations, like India, totally appreciate that they are newer to this format. Indeed, some newer to the game, and they've got different levels of experience. If you need a bit more context, Singapore, the sort of, I can't use another analogy. I've used enough. I'll stop there. I'll just say they're like a little bit of an underdog in that you have the likes of the Philippines that are clear favorite, #1 in the region. And of course, Singapore get there. They get to finals. They get to sort of big dances. And of course, these players are all friends. I cannot lie to you, like, they get on really, really well. So it's lovely. However, you're here to win, fam. We got a scoreboard. You get on that court. You really just want it to be your day at least once. And for Singapore, they're hoping here, eFIBA Season 2, this is where it starts to turn around, where they're no longer the underdogs. I dare say, you put on 39 points to 2, midway through the second. India, I'm not sure if you got some thoughts here. Is this even better defensively than what we saw against India's opponents in Game 1?
I think we've got to take a look at how the rotations are happening on the defensive side, right? How are the comms doing, especially if you're on the strong side versus the weak side? And then just on the offensive end, I'm afraid that India is kind of digressed because you had them put up, I believe, maybe about 8 points or so, and maybe double digits by the time they got to the end of the first half. And as you can see at the moment, they're not really on pace to do that.
I could say some things about the AI getting involved in Game 1. Maybe that was a reason for it. But hey, if you're not in control of that, dare I say start with some spacing. Because friends, even if you think your timing isn't on, you think your three-point shooting isn't your strength, if you don't start from that basic starting point, if you've got space then to start driving, it is very, very difficult to go from there. You're going to find defenders sitting off you, collapsing, helping out. It really does go downhill quick. Start with your spacing, find a corner, find a hash, and go from there.
Let's take a little bit of a road trip as we're tuned into Mongolia taking on Indonesia. You had Mongolia that just got the big dub. They got the skill booster with the 100+ points, and you had Indonesia that just fell short against the Philippines. So they want to get on the W as they're trailing by 3. You've just started the ball game. Couple of minutes into the first quarter. That's going to be a foul. Nate, my man, we've seen both of these teams play for a little bit, as I mentioned. What are you expecting in this game?
Oh, I love it, because within, one round of games, we're already changing the narrative, or the narrative's changing me, one of those or the other, because Indonesia could comfortably come in as favorites. I would have said you give me a margin, let's say like 20 points. All of a sudden you see Mongolia really just step it up. I mentioned Sam Nation before, talked about the defensive capabilities, things that I guess I didn't really see from the likes of 𝐓𝐇𝐄. I believed offensively we were going to see some highlights. What we got was fluency, and then we got the defensive game to go along with it. It was against an opponent that looks like maybe is going to be struggling a little bit here in this region. So can they back it up? A statement point here, even if not a win. Give me a skill booster or 2 and some lovely play like that. All of a sudden, they said it at the start, at the end, Philippines, Clark might be a little bit more nervous in here.
Anyone can talk trash behind a keyboard, but can you back it up on the sticks is the question. Fast break opportunity. What a bounce pass, but can't get the shot to go. Gets the rebound, however. Oh, man, that would have been a beautiful clip. Beautiful highlight if they got that one to drop. Right corner's open for a second, as now is the hash. Defense gets on the rotation. Another missed opportunity, and that's going to be a rebound secured. Defense does get back, but they're going to go ahead and foul them to slow things down.
Yeah, and right on cue, 𝐓𝐶 with the foul with the man wide open in the corner. That is a high IQ play. And then the miscommunication, meaning Baby B dunks for 2, so commentator's curse strikes immediately. However, back on the positive, you love to see that level of professionalism. Not a lot of players will see their fouls as things necessarily to be used, but whether it's momentum, whether it's just an isolated play, it really can start to turn it around. 12-6 lead. Mongolia giving us all a lot to think about nice and early.
Doubling up the score, 12-6, 121 left to go in the first quarter. If you're just joining us, you're watching Mongolia take on Indonesia. Mongolia already got a dub. Indonesia's looking to get one in their second round right here, right now. And the team in white is Indonesia. The team in blue is Mongolia, as they're looking to finish the first quarter strong. About a minute left to go. Defense not giving them much space at all. Right side, pick. Keep an eye on a couple of rotations from the left. There is a play call there. Doesn't really get anybody open. A lot of crowdedness, a lot of traffic on the left-hand side. Now looking to spread it with the 5 out. Has the man down low as well. And that's not going to go.
Yeah, the positioning as well, looking for the rebound, just getting absolutely sucked under the rim, fam. Whether you're grabbing an O board, whether you're trying to defend the paint, particularly 2K24, you cannot be sitting that deep. It's going to be just terrible, awful positioning. You're going to hate your life. You can talk about the size, you can talk about these builds, and I love chatting with these players, been in the dams, to be honest, just learning about the big builds particularly. It means nothing if you don't get your basic positioning right. It is one of those little things that can change it around India, not just you grab an O board, extra possession, maybe 3 points where it wasn't before. Maybe you stop a fast break at the other end and it's like a 5-point play, because we're 15-6 now. Mongolia on a decent run.
Yeah, and especially, you mentioned the formations. It especially becomes crucial when you are in those situations where it's about 11.9 seconds. What's your inbound play? What do you go to when you need a 3 with 4 seconds? What do you do when you need a 2 in 3 seconds? You know what I mean? Those are where you want to kind of really practice those scenarios and scrimmages, so that in those real life scenarios with money on the line, you can go ahead and execute.
3 ball won't go to finish the quarter, but hey, it was an extra possession from Fiska. The inbounds play. India, as always, spot on. What are those little things? Sort of set plays, routines, making sure you make every possession count. We've seen some ingenuity. India, 1 or 2 have made the highlight reels. Check out eFIBA on social media. I loved your reactions to them, because for us, without the ability to go and learn every single one of them from the 61 nations, they are a bit of a surprise, and it's quite delightful when you see an alley-oop from the sideline unexpectedly.
Oh, I mean, I would love to see some alley-oops. Matter of fact, I believe when Chris and I called the games last time, we saw a few from Senegal. They were losing, they were down, but they were having a blast with all the alley-oops they kept throwing up. And we'll see if we get some of that action for the Southeast Asian teams that are competing here tonight. As Indonesia takes that one. Not going to go. Rebound secured inside. Back out for a 2-1. Defense is right over there, though. No one really went on the fast break opportunity. Smothering them like white on rice. Takes a shot from the right side. Can't get that one to drop. Another offensive rebound and gets called for a foul. We're shooting 2 at the line.
Talk about the positioning, fam. You think that you're there. It's longer rebounds in 2K24. People can talk about the reality, maybe the adjustment. I can't help but go off what I see, and what I see is that ball bouncing further away than ever before. If you're on default, you've got that sort of muscle memory of your positioning from 2K23. Please change it up. You can box out, but if you box out too deep, it's going to be all over for you. On another thing you said, India, because I can't keep up with your brilliance tonight, apparently. I enjoyed Dilo sort of pronouncing, well, I can't even remember, what do we have? Avamirio. It was said really beautifully. If me down under, yeah, let's go Mario, mate.
Yeah.
That was one of those players who's been there in the big league, quite literally, and come back to create some of those extra scoring opportunities, to run some plays from the inbounds, from the sideline. And as we saw, Spain against the UK, how pivotal was that to have your vet be like, we might be struggling, we might be down and shooting nothing, but hey, we start here from the inbounds and we build upon it, and all of a sudden you've got one of the great comebacks, not just this season, it will go down in history in this competition.
Look, you keep bringing that up, you're going to have my man Dirk pop out in the chat and might have a thing or two to say about that one, along with Haza, perhaps. I know Dirk is awake because he quote tweeted the tweet that I was talking about.
All right, Dirk, my name's Chris. If you've got any complaints, put it on to Chris, please.
Yeah, please don't reach out to HR. Bit of a closer game now that Indonesia has strung along a couple of baskets. back on the offensive side as well, looking to cut into the deficit. Fadeaway shot, not a fan of that decision, as it was contested and not a great release either.
Yeah, not what I'm looking for either. And if you have to do it not that early into the shot clock, surely, with plenty of time remaining, that's something that you chuck up at the end. It's not like your big was in position for the O board. Now pivotal rather have they been so far today, tonight, whatever time it is for you around the world. Point being, make sure you're all on the same page. If you're going to go for something ridiculous like that early on, your center's got time to roll to the rim.
Gotta go ahead and rock and roll. You know, speaking of rolling, I'm thinking of pick and roll. We haven't really seen poppers. By the way, beautiful defense here by Mongolia. That rotation was so great. Strong side, weak side. Look at that. Everybody's on point, and right when I see that. Why do I even bother?
In a shot clock, India, because 4:20 of those 24 seconds
Oh my goodness.
were once again perfect, but only one person was, unfortunately, friend. We're all going to cop it sometime, and there you go. Defend the 24. It was lovely, and in these jerseys, they sort of looked even more beautiful. Were you catching those vibes as well? Sort of rotation was nice, but the colors, it's like a piece of art there.
Yeah. I definitely am looking forward to, getting some gear. I need some gym clothes, man. That's the reason, Minutes is a bit of the gym, but oh, you got a little takeover here. Okay. Here's Indonesia looking to take advantage of it. Right corner is open. There's the right corner. There's the...
There's one way to get the three ball going is to leave them wide open. The inexplicable collapse there, leaving right corner pocket as easy as you'd like. It's not a test, fam. Sometimes you're going to see what maybe you might know as the Westbrook treatment, which is a bit unfair in my opinion, but hey, might help you to understand what I'm getting at. Being like, go on, shoot it there. If you need the lack of bias, if you think that's a thing, Ben Simmons, beloved Australian, at least for me, not renowned for that distance shooting. If you leave them open and say, we want you to take it, it can be a bit of a mental game. And in the e-sport, it is no different. I just want to go on record by saying that I think what you're seeing there, that was poor communication. India loving the defensive rotations. That's the type of thing, to be honest, I'd love to sit and just analyze for about an hour every play against every opponent, because FISCA is at the heart of it all for this team.
And we are going to go ahead and tune into Singapore taking on India here in just a moment, because we've got an update for you, or more of a watch, if you will, as you've got Singapore 3 points away from cracking that 100.
It's on again.
It's India. Oh, here we go. Wide open, right corner. They're going to take that one, get fouled. Is that going to be a shooting foul? Yes, it is. Are we about to see 100 points scored off of free throws? There's one.
Why is that funny, India?
There's two. Why is that? Oh, okay. Because, man, I want a cool dunk. I want a cool shot. I don't want a free throw if you're going to crack 100.
Thank you, because I knew you were picking up on what I was saying, but I'm like, why am I
Did they get it before the buzzer? Yes, they did. It's 101 points right at the end of the quarter. A nail biter in terms of that 100 points, if you will. And that's a skill booster for Singapore for their first matchup of the night.
If you need the context again, fam, we saw a similar thing, it being brought up in that third quarter. And I'm sort of saying, if you're Singapore and you've been that underdog, what can you do to make a big statement? At the very least, show that you can match it point for point, bring up that 100 in the third quarter to elevate yourselves to be talked about as favorites in this region.
We're going to come back to this action here. And again, I've got to see, matter of fact, let me go ahead and see. Oh, okay. So when India played last time, they were on watch to go ahead and score 30 or less. They obviously did go ahead and surpass that. Now you have Singapore that can get another skill booster if they go ahead and hold India to 30 points or less. India's got to double up the score in the fourth quarter. It doesn't look likely. In terms of pace, I'm speaking facts, not opinions. But hold on a second. Let me focus on this game, Nate, because we've got Indonesia that has come back, got the 3-point lead. I don't even know what just happened.
Oh, way to go back and all of a sudden, as you see, seemingly out of nowhere, maybe it's big jams, slams and swats like that. The man going up at one end and he gets the big defensive play on the other. Yes, please.
Gets that attempt up, not going to go. We've seen quite a few offensive rebounds from both sides as that one's going to be taken away. Trying to run the fast break, slowing things down as the defense catches up. Had a slight crab, but the defense was there to bump him on the right side. Easy slip, easy jam. And the lead is extended to 5. Indonesia had a bit of a slow start. Looking to get things going now as that's going to be a timeout for Mongolia.
Wonderful. And yet, I wonder, India, as much as I want to talk about pure skill with these O boards, is it a build thing where you're having consistently, just because of the way the attribute points work in that my player builder, big builds prioritizing O boards over D boards? You get your sort of post playmaker as well. I understand it, but it's just a little bit weird, the regularity that it's happening.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's also you got to give and take, right? So if you have a 7-3 build, yeah, you've got the height. You'll get the offensive rebounds, but on the defensive side for rotations, you won't be able to keep up with the offensive movement, and that's where you can get hurt a little bit. As you get a wide open shot from the right side, that one's going to go ahead and go. But that's the thing where it's like you go ahead and focus on the rebounds, the height, but then you sacrifice on the speed, the stamina. The movement is sluggish as well. You feel like you're kind of in quicksand and you can't really rotate that well.
No, that is about me at all, but I can't. And that's just lovely, like dangling bait that I got to take up, because we were talking about me last time a little bit, Vince, in my build. I moved to a 6'8" center. India, that's right. I say it one more time.
Wow, okay.
Jump 6'8". Fan positioning, strength. The O boards is ridiculous. I like it because you can kick it to your shooters as well. And how about this run? Indonesia, 34-23. It's all starting with those O boards.
And I'm going to provide a quick little update as that's going to be an and one. Excuse me. You know the downside, Nate, of having too many tabs open is?
You mean?
You called the wrong game. I pulled up.
It's a different one. You called it correctly for the game you were watching, India.
Well, it might have been a coincidence, but what I'm trying to say is Singapore has 20 points that India has scored in that matchup. They've got about 2 minutes left to go, so we'll see if that skill booster works out. But let me lock back in on this one. Is that a couple of just miscommunications are there?
On the ground, there's always an interesting one. I have friends, shout out Treaders, that love to try and shoot when they're lying down. Fam can't make it when he's standing up. On that occasion, it was just a simple pass that went astray. You're out of control, and when you're 34-25 down, you need everything to go your way, starting with the board. I'd love to see them just slow this down, so of course we'll eat it forward, and the timeout, India.
You did say slow. No, hold on. You did say slow things down. What better way to do that than to take a breather? Especially when they've scored 2 points in the third quarter.
Oh man, heart in mouth when you've got 2 defenders in the paint, but you're like, no, I'll just throw it in there anyway. Please, all right, thankfully, 10 seconds left. You've given it to Sam Nation, who showed in game 1. It's got some ability, got some skills, and hey, get an easy free throw from the defensive 3. We can start to rebuild.
Trying to get a little bit of momentum going into the fourth quarter. As the inbound. Trying to make something happen. Gets it back to the point guard. He's going to go ahead and take that shot. Looked like a high arcing one. As that one's not going to go.
Early. India, very early. And I'm wondering if that then is an attempted bailout or something when you're that off.
Yeah, because you're trying to make sure you get it to somebody else because the animation that you got might not have been great. Another teammate might have a better opportunity than you, but they do have sharp take.
Lovely little bounce pass by the way for the feet.
And we told you we were on watch for the other game. Let's go ahead and jump to that one. It's Singapore taking on India. And the reason we're showing you this is because you can get a skill booster if you're Singapore if you don't let India score 8 points in the last 30 seconds as well.
Like, surely, right? Surely. I don't know if we need to dramatize this one, if we need to try and be like,
it's just to point it out. It's just to point it out.
I think it is massively important, and yet basically a lot. 150 is going to be what the Twitch chat is primarily talking about, fam. If you're new to eFIBA, skill booster point. You get points for results. You get points for these objectives called skill boosters. That's why we're here. It could be crucial when we determine the standings at the end of broadcast today.
We know that they went ahead and got the 100. Obviously, we see that. We know that they're about 5 seconds away from securing another skill booster as well. We'll keep an eye on the assist to turnover ratio. We'll keep an eye on the triple-double. But that's going to go ahead and do it. It's Singapore 156, India 22. What a dominating performance from Singapore. Their first game here today. How can you not be impressed with them?
Said you need to step it up. I asked for 200, tongue-in-cheek. They almost went and delivered. The underdog is getting called out to be top dog. What a start. That is a statement. First win, first game of the night.
It's quite unfortunate because Singapore scored 23 in the first quarter. India, unfortunately, scored 22 the whole game. Again, expecting them to bounce back and pick things up. But we're going to go ahead and lock and load on this one. And, I mean, you had Mongolia that had quite a decent of a lead, maybe about a 6-point lead. And then Indonesia just went on this humongous tear. I mean, look at that third quarter. 18 points for them, single digits for Mongolia. Just completely crazy.
The offense is completely dried up. I know we've all got the multiple tabs open, trying to stay with it. Every time I see a little thing out of the corner of my eye, I switch across. And unfortunately, what I'm seeing is Mongolia just dry up. And the answer to that, thank you, right on cue, is just to start with your pick and roll, feed the big, pump fake or two if he's not biting straight away. They've been almost exclusively looking at three-point shooting, some middies when those weren't going. None of them have been dropping. Please just roll to the rim. Oh, and get that out of there too.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and update you guys on a couple of skill booster opportunities. 44-28, Indonesia comfortably in the driver's seat. And by the way, I went ahead and made a mistake that I'd like to go ahead and correct, Nate. We talked about how the sister turnover ratio was one of the skill boosters. I kind of jumped the gun. That's for later on. It is more importantly to talk about if a team has achieved 4 or more blocks in a game. So that's where we'll need the box score to come into play as well. Something else to keep in mind is if a team makes 15 three-point shots in a game. So a lot of box score situations where you got to take a look and see if they've achieved it.
We mentioned that there's 8 skill boosters, but there are only 4 that are active. So India, you're all good because it does change up here, and there's a bit of chat as well. That even throughout the season, making sure that it's all fair, of course, as the game changes. Maybe some of these could be looked at. It is something that we love. It is a fluid situation. That's why we got the excellent people here behind the scenes to add it all up, sort of dot the I's and cross the T's, if you will, to make sure we don't just find out sort of who got the most wins. Those skill boosters, all important. 1 point if you get one of them done, and 5 if you get all 4.
Man, if you go ahead and get all 5, that is such a big boost. Again, we saw it with Lebanon leaping over Saudi Arabia in the Middle East. But for now, we're going to go ahead and see if Mongolia can go ahead and get back in this one. They're going to need to do something and do something soon, as they've got 16-point of a deficit. That one's not going to go.
Talked about that Spain comeback against UK Turkey. If you're watching, my name's Chris, and wonderful to have that inspiration, because we've had your streamers, your influencers, and other players, people watching in the Twitch chat, getting behind nations and regions maybe they didn't know were so into their NBA 2K, their 2K esports, if you will. Tell you what, a wide open 3 for 𝐓𝐿 is going to help just to stem the tide a little bit. But back to it, you can learn from your opponents, you can be learning on the fly, and hey, you get onto a run. That's a good thing. You see a big Spanish comeback, maybe, just maybe, for Mongolia. If not even in this game, they can use that as inspiration going forward, using a little play or two that they could maybe use here in the final 150, because India, 15 points in under 2 minutes. I'm just not so sure.
And by the way, for the folks at home, Mongolia, their next matchup, their next game is going to be against the Philippines. And that's another tough opponent.
Doesn't get any easier. And I don't want to say it exactly how it is. There's been one nation that's been slightly less fortunate with the results so far. That'll do, that will do. For 4 of these nations, it is all to play for. The skill boosters have changed it around. The performances today, where even Mongolia, we're saying maybe this game's done and dusted. In fact, I'm calling it. I called it a while ago. As that 3 hits, yes, please, it means Indonesia step up. And we're saying Mongolia, all of a sudden we know they can do better. Point being, friends, if you're watching along, yes, let us know who you think's going to win, who you want to win. But none of us truly know until the end of the day, until those skill booster points are added on.
It has been Indonesia since the start of the second quarter, as you can see from the box score right there. So it was 4 blocks. That's part of the skill boosters. Their teams are a couple of them away. So I'm not sure if they'll be able to get that here in a minute. Not able to knock down 15 3-point shots either, as that one from the left side not going to go. Rebound secure, looking to push the tempo a little bit just to go and pile it on, and pile it on they do.
Oh dear. A comment in the chat, by the way, Mongolia playing selfish. I don't know if that's what I've seen. I certainly wouldn't describe that as selfish, by the way. A simple pass out, looking to get your play started. It is a team where that offense was not going. The 3-pointers, what did I count? About like 6 or 7 in a row. They were good looks. They were taken by different players. They just wouldn't hit. And in a game of runs, a game of momentum, as India was rightly saying, it can really add up nice and quickly. The good news is, have that sort of short-term memory rather. If you're Mongolia, you go again and say, oh well, shooting slump didn't happen for us here. We go again.
It's, it's just a couple of games inside. I'm sure they'll figure it out. We talked about who Mongolia plays next. You have Indonesia that's going to take on India. So they're absolutely looking to get a couple of skill boosters, as that's going to be a shooting foul there.
4-point play.
Yeah, I was about to say, the first one. Oh, they missed it. Oh, that's tough. Because I don't think I've seen a 4-point play in 2K24 yet.
We had a attempted 4-point play on match day 1. Same thing happened. Unfortunately. So that's why I got extra excited, thinking this time it will turn around. The free throws just not landing for whatever reason to end this one. Thank you very much. A late at 38%. It will mean little in their overall scheme of things here. Indonesia with a statement win. If I was saying a 20-point win was expected, they've well surpassed that.
69-36, about 14 seconds left, and we've got another great matchup after this one concludes. I won't spoil it just yet. We will wait to get there. Won't tease you. We'll tease you with it, though. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and hold on to go ahead and finish this. Okay. Really? Come on.
Some things really are global, India. Some things really do happen in every single region. To me, it's actually quite nice to know.
By the way, you do go ahead and have 16 3-point shots that did go ahead and drop, and that's going to be it. It is a dub. 69-38. We are going to go ahead and switch back over to this one. It is Singapore taking on the Philippines. Nate, what are you expecting out of this matchup? Hey, take a look at that. Philippines early on, down 3.
I've been talking about it the whole way through. This is the one, fam. You get to talk about what games you want to see. We're going to be skipping around. And hey, I just want to know who your favorites are anyway. But for myself, Nate, consistently in this region, regardless of what we've seen from Indonesia, it is these 2 nations. Let me tell you why. They scrim against one another, train against one another. They offer each other constructive feedback. And I don't mean that in a sarcastic way. They will give each other feedback on their games to help them improve. And indeed, they get hang out with one another after major finals. There was a huge one. And Singapore, with what they would call a heartbreaking loss, they still go out with their opponents afterwards. I just don't know if you get that everywhere around the world. So fierce rivals near India. Let's see if it's finally Singapore's day.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can go to pull off the upset. Expecting some great defense to be played. Rotation. Okay, he missed it. That's going to be a quick foul. Singapore looking to pull off the upset as we've talked about, but you did have Clark that was quite confident coming into this matchup.
You'd hope to be, because I think one of the questions you asked me, if I'm not mistaken, is do we think that Singapore, anyone sort of here, or was it just the Philippines actually? Apologies, I was going to say anyone from the region. We may well have just said the Philippines. Are they European quality? Are they America's quality? For which I believe Philippines and myself would say, yes, they are European quality. If you want to put them in any of those groups, they're going to ball out. They're going to be very, very strong. As for the Americas, it's way too tough to say. It's way too rude, really, to disrespect our friends from the United States and the other nations in that area of the world. It's the home of basketball. I just don't know if the world quite understands how big basketball is, how big 2K is here in a nation like Australia, New Zealand, where maybe you might expect it just that little bit more. It has been, I have to say, the Philippines that have been consistently number one.
They are going to have a quick, smart timeout here, Nate, as they get the inbounds, get it past half court, call a timeout so they can run a play. 5.2 seconds on the clock. The team in white is the Philippines. The team in red is Singapore. Gets it over to the left side. A little bit of a play call off the inbound. That one's not going to go. 12-9 is your score at the end of the first quarter. You had the Philippines that were down a few points, but they go ahead and bounce back, close out the quarter strong, as that's going to be a loose ball. Now we're headed the other way. Trying to get a bucket quick if they can. Smart foul, because that right corner looked to be open for a second. And you want to keep the offense as slow as possible on the defensive side.
Love it, because the Twitch chat won't enjoy it, will they? They'll say, oh, we want to see the early three, we want to see the fluent offense. But if you're a fan of their esport and you want to see things at the top level, it includes the dark arts of 2K, if you will, i.e. smart fouling. Fan, you got 5. Heck, you technically got more if you're happy to let the AI play for you. Make sure you use them. Don't go wandering and leave a 2-on-1, leave an open man. How about that? Lovely animation, lovely movement, a bit of pizzazz there for the green. What do we call that? A rolling midi. Not often you get a fade forward midi.
Yeah, exactly, especially because the middies are overpowered, but he gets the job done, gets a bit of a crab. Again, with the patches, you might see a little bit of a difference. As Singapore looking to get back to their ways from the first quarter. A little bit too deep to take that shot, so he's going to come in a bit. Has a cut from the left hash. Gets it to that man. Oh, and he can't finish. What a great defensive play at the paint. What a great move. And gets the basket. Just kind of zoomed by the defender there.
Simple stuff sometimes. Just move that left stick. Wait for your opponent to take one step out. Use the momentum. Get in behind and enjoy. We're going to see, I believe, NPJ take over facilitating. I know chat is all about CX4. We've seen big buckets from that man domestically. You started to see them more and more on a bigger scale, but there's been limited offense there, at least since we've tuned in and started watching. In 2K24, you need your shooting guard to step up just as much in your PG, if not for entire games, then certainly at least for periods, or if not entire quarters.
He had a couple of loose ball opportunities there. Philippines finally able to capitalize on that one as they get the inbound here. Almost at the halfway point of this one. Got himself the take. Looking to take advantage with a three-point shot, possibly from beyond the arc. There is the shot. Do they get it to drop? No, they don't. Rebound secured, however. 10 seconds to work with. Back over to the right side. Second time they get it to go. And just like that, it's 20-9. Philippines on top as they're looking to go and stay undefeated thus far in the Southeast Asia Regional Qualifiers.
CX4 very late that one. I was going to say taken with confidence. It was. It's also taken very lately. The man is 2 for 5. To be fair, MPJ, not a lot better. What do you do, India, when your point guard and shooting guard are sort of drying up from distance? Is it too early to be talking pick and roll?
It's not too early to be talking pick and roll. I think we also haven't seen that many play calls, whether it's cuts from the corner, cuts from the hash, whether it's a little bit of Fifi, whether it's a reverse Fifi. You know, there's so much more that they can kind of go ahead and implement to throw the defense off, to give them a bit of a different look, to make sure that they're always on their toes and you don't become as predictable on the offensive end. What that'll help you do is kind of get your takeover boosted a little bit, because you'll get the assists, you'll get the dunks, and then you can go ahead and start knocking down some shots and get a little bit closer, because you definitely don't want to end up being cold.
Maybe I tell you what, any call I need is Ice Too Fast. In my life, that 3-point was sweet. Would you like to back it up with another? It's a lot more simple than the dribble move that got him open prior. But most importantly, friends, the color is green, and those 3-pointers are dropping.
Green Bane indeed. 28-11. That's going to be a foul. Singapore trailing in this one. They had a strong outing early on today. It was 156-22 was the score, where Singapore just ran it up. But perhaps when they face a juggernaut that is the Philippines, they've got a bit of a tougher fight, as that's a nice little cut and a nice jam home.
Start there, and then yeet it up to half court. There wasn't even any inbounds pressure, but mixing it up indeed.
Oh, no!
What I thought was in there, but not with the confidence, I guess, to take it against Snag Season. And Jay with the foul. Hey, you wanted some variation, India. I don't think we quite expected it to come like this.
Yeah, but you also have to not have premeditated passes, right? Because right there, in my opinion, he was open under the basket. Nice little scoop-de-doop there by Singapore. But I feel like the Philippines had an open basket to go ahead and dunk it. It was just premeditated that, hey, you're going to cut from the right corner, dish it to the left, because you're expecting that corner defender from the left side to go ahead and drop. So you're not really reading and reacting. You just already know what you're going to do no matter what. And that's where you can find yourself in some trouble, as we're about a minute away from the halfway mark, as that's going to be a blocking foul. Since we're in the bonus, we're going to shoot 2.
It's very Canadian of you there, just for a moment.
You know, Canadian Thanksgiving just went by, so, you know, maybe.
You got the accents on point, by the way. I tell you what, it was sounding very formal and posh in the rehearsals.
Oh, the yeah, I think that accent's gonna stay at rehearsal. I'll just get a notification that, hey, your flight to Sweden has been canceled. The snag gets it to the right side. Oh, nice little steal there. A little pick 6 opportunity for the Philippines. And they finish on the other end with a slam dunk of their own. 32-15, doubling up the score of their opponent, Singapore. And we've still got 30 seconds left before we reach halftime.
You know, Ice Too Fast was called with a 3-point. Shooters nice and quick at the rim there. Full of confidence that they would be the perfect pass. It is when teams are making it look easy that you know they're at the top of their game. You have a quick little look there at the box score, 6 for 8, 17 points, reflecting what I'm saying, fam. If you've got somebody who's got the hot handle, maybe they're just feeling it, maybe they're just that little bit quicker to get to the rim in transition. It doesn't matter how it looks. Talk about a nice floater there, by the way. Not many of them that you get to see, fam. However you're going to score, whoever it is, keep feeding them, particularly in 24.
Oh, what? Oh, what a beautiful cross-court dot from the left side all the way to the right hash. Great IQ, great vision, great second quarter for Philippines. 23-9, outscoring them there. And you can see the biggest difference is that they're able to knock down the shots a bit more at a higher clip than Singapore is. 4 for 8, 50% from the three-point line compared to the 1 for 5 for Singapore. 20% there. Nate, besides knocking down their three-point shots, is there anything else that you feel like Singapore needs to do to turn things around? And speaking of which, there's a turnover in the second half.
Yeah, just hold on to that rock for about 4 seconds after the half would have been a nice place to start. I don't even get to finish my sentence. Fam, it is all going one way at the moment, and it's all offensively going through the hands of Ice Too Fast. Sure, there was a nice bucket at the end there. Guess who threw the dime? It was his one assist of that half. And guess who starts it off here? Then at some point, don't even worry about switching your defensive matchups. Start doubling. You need to get a handle on this quickly because the game is slipping against you. For Singapore, it's yet another contest against this nation. We're going to be wondering what might have been. Do not let it happen again. Not here in eFIBA Season 2.
No question about that one. We'll see if they're able to go ahead and follow your advice to turn things around. You taking notes there, buddy?
Man,
you taking notes there, buddy?
I'm old school, dude. I got a literal notebook and pen. Every game I've ever commentated on, there's at least some type of scramblings. Yeah. I'll make notes on that if you want. A big exclamation point has been jotted down. What a naughty jam.
Let me go ahead and give some context to the folks at home. So Nate and I can kind of see each other through our webcams. And I just see him, as soon as he's done talking, he kind of leans over and has like this writing motion, which looks like he's writing down notes. That's why I called him out on it. So what did you notate? Unless it's your name written 50 times. I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, I'm just like in a diary, like I love India, like again and again and again.
I thought you were just writing Nate the Great 50 times. But no, what'd you notate though? What are you seeing?
For me particularly, it's what I might say on broadcast, what I sort of might do analytically a little different. I try and like pick up on the vibe of the game and work out what the Twitch chat want to see. We've got 2 streams as well going, so I feel like for is a community-based tournament. I could sort of go in at any angle, but for me, as a fan of the game, I love that. But I do love the stats. I do love the sorts of statistical anomalies. And if I see a repeated pattern, which for me, I believe I've seen one with the Philippines offensively in this game, I'm going to make a note to myself. I'll go back and watch the VOD. I'll go back and watch the Philippines' other games and see if I'm onto something to bring up in another broadcast. That's your full answer if you wanted it.
Who said that it's only professional play? Oh, nice little steal there almost. But who said it's just the professional players that go in and watch back the VODs and take notes? Casters do it as well. That's going to be a quick out of bounds. Singapore's ball. That's another turnover. And you see you've got the cold ring there, Nate. How tough is it for a guard to get out of that cold ring, to get back at least to quote-unquote normal? Because those attributes just decrease, right? You take a hit when you're on the cold ring, which makes it that much tougher to knock down your shots when you're left wide open.
My friends here call it Christmas take. Try and have an optimistic sort of look at it. You've got a special ring around you, congratulations, but we want to get back to reality. There's nothing nice about it. If it's already hard to shoot, if it's already hard to hold on to that ball, you're going to find it gets stripped, you're going to find that your shooting's nigh impossible. That deep.
Yo, you see those dribble moves?
Heck yes. I'm out here trying to make a comparatively uninteresting point to just finish that off. So getting back to what I'm witnessing, by the way, please go back to basics. If you ever find yourself, I don't care if it's Pro-Am, Rec, eFIBA, start making some easy passes. Start just like not taking risks on defense, because you need to get out of it as quickly as possible. There's no 2 ways around it. You are simply hampering not just yourself, but your team with that cold ring.
And he still got it, so you can see it impacted him there. I thought he was gonna knock that one down and get himself out of the cold ring. But
I've just spent like 2 minutes saying, can you go back to fundamentals? And I'm sorry, you're being left open. Because you've got that, if you knock it down, I'll just eat my words straight away. It is so difficult to do so. As we've been saying, a lot of players, India just finding it difficult to shoot, even without that happening to you.
Yeah, 1 for 9 now from the 3-point line for Singapore, which is having an impact. You also have CX4 with a D+ grade. You would hate to get graded out in such a matchup where you could really use their help. Still on a cold ring, so it's going to be MPJ that knocks down a 3 from the left side.
Love it. Love it. And it is that left hash region where he shines. You saw it earlier on today. You'll see it throughout. We were talking about hot zones. That might be the spot. That might be the way back in for Singapore. Hit MPJ from deep on that left-hand side.
Philippines looking to continue, pile it on with the buffer they already have. What a beautiful Dite Rot. That's going to be a foul. So with the patch, Chris and I talked about it last time. But with the patch that just recently came out, Nate, as you know, if you get anywhere near and you touch, you tickle, you poke a shooter, you will go ahead and get called for a foul. And you saw an example of that right there as he knocks him down thus far. Gets that one to drop as well.
I believe the wording, India, to back up exactly what you're saying, 100%. And I was like, I've seldomly seen in any esport such, certain language. Point being, that's a lovely little sort of pass fake and 3-point taken there, hanging in the game. Singapore, as soon as that contact happens, as soon as you hit jump when you shouldn't, fam, you better lock yourself in for a foul. Your opponent may well be headed to the line. I think that is the way it should be, India, because it rewards good defense, not just sort of spamming, not just having jumping around in the paint for fun.
Are you ready for this?
Probably not.
I'm going to hype up the team because it's 92! 92 to start their third quarter for Indonesia.
Sorry, to what, India? Because there's another number there.
To 0. It's
fair,
interesting. But let's go ahead and hype up Indonesia though before I go ahead and get my citizenship taken away from the motherland. We talked about wanting to break the record of 180 and how you need to go ahead and score 45.25 points, which comes out to 90.5 at the half. They're at 92. They are on pace to break the record that Team USA put up of 180. They are on pace to go ahead and beat the record that Great Britain had set before Team USA at 177. This is
it's incredible and a massive, you probably saw a sigh of relief from myself that India got that wide open 3 and they are on the scoreboard. I just never seen anything like that in any 2K game, no exaggeration. We have had a team that has scored. And hey, what about the hundo? I don't care necessarily about the skill booster, India, whether it's happening or not. In the games that it's a skill booster or not, it's just exciting to see when that 3-digit mark gets broken, is it not?
Oh, it absolutely is. Now, keep in mind, however, the skill boosters, you can go ahead and accomplish them once, right? So Indonesia, they have gone ahead and played early on, so they are going to go ahead and get a chance to get that skill booster as well, as India goes ahead and puts up a couple more points. A 3 will go ahead and get the job done. Down low in the paint, that's going to be a turnover. See, India plays better when India watches them, I feel like is the
It's actually true. Fam, 0 points for all that time, and here I am. I genuinely didn't want to watch it. Like, it just made me feel uneasy. We got 5 points.
Here we go! That's going to do it. That's the 100 burger. That's 100 points, and that's a skill booster for Indonesia. What a dominating performance here thus far. And we've still got 8 minutes of basketball left. Whoop, little bounce pass left side. Take a shot, pass it right. That one's going to go back-to-back 3s, and just like that, it's 103-5. I can count them on one hand single-handedly. The question here, though, on everyone's mind, including mine, is do we see 181? But before we get to that, we're going to lock in on this one since there's only 3 minutes left. I promise we will update you on 181 watch. That's what I'm calling it.
Brilliant format that we have here, eFIBA Season 2. You might be thinking, oh, we'd like to have, more nations represented. So would we. We got 5. We got multiple games. We got sort of fluid jumping between them all, fam. We got some close ones, and sure, some ones that maybe aren't so close. The good news is for India, they're going to keep learning. For your other teams with those skill boosters, you're going to get a point when you get one of them. You can only do it once. Thank you, India. It's very, very valid. A question we hadn't got around to answering yet. People saying, why are they not sort of looking for that assist to turnover every game and the, what do we want to call them, easier games against lesser nations, fam? If you got it once, you got it for the day, and then you want all 4, which will give you 5 points. So 1 point for one skill booster, 5 points for all 4. You really do get rewarded for getting them all.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and update the folks at home later on in the show of what those skill boosters are, so we can all be on the same page. But this one, with about 2 minutes left to go.
Do I have your blessing or no? Do you want me to wait? Because I'll do whatever you say, host India.
Well, I'll tell you what, my man, we've got a bit of a blowout. Why don't you list them out? But for the folks like me that are visual learners, we'll perhaps go ahead and show them later on.
Look, we need the graphic, we really do, but I also just love the skill boosters. I can't sort of get enough, fam. We have 8, but there are 4 that are active at a time. A team or player making 15 3-point shots in a game. A team or player achieving 4 or more blocks in a game. Yes, please, because we've had some great blocks called by the great India. You've also got 15 steals per game for your team or player. And then, of course, the Hundi. I could give you the official wording. You know what we're talking about by now. The Hundo, the Hundi, we celebrate it every time we see it, but there's other skill boosters, other objectives that you get rewarded for too.
Appreciate the breakdown, and again, those skill boosters are huge. The extra credit as the AI player is going to knock down that shot. 62-30. About 1:20 left to go in the fourth here. A quick update on the score with Indonesia taking on India. It's 126-7 with about 40 seconds left in that one. That's 𝐂 bringing it up the court, passing it to the right side. That one's going to get blocked from behind. Looks like it was called a foul, though.
It's that game. It's just when you're having that type of game, you could tell it off the rip when you've got the momentum and everything's happening for you. Ice too fast, fam. Head to the line, and then you know they're going to be green, India. And I know you've had those days where you're like, I've got 2 players on me. There's no way that this could go, but I'll probably get whistle activated and I'll just head to the line anyway. You're feeling good, you get rewarded.
Takes a shot from the left side. That one's not going to go. About less than a minute away till we can say that the Philippine team remains undefeated. There is a reason that they're the favorites. And woo, what a steal there. Just snagged it out of the air. The Philippines did beat Indonesia earlier. And they're looking to do the same with Singapore here. And of course, the Philippines are going to go ahead and have another matchup against India to close out their night.
We really want to put the highlight on all nations. We will. And hey, it's a community-run tournament, fam. Questions, people that you want to know about. Do you want to know about the build? Do you want to know what jump shot Ice Too Fast is using? I feel like you might. Let us know on Twitch chat, on social media. Head to the eFIBA socials. I tell you what, we are going to see, as much as we get variety in here, the same old Philippines showing us why they believe they're as good as any European nation, maybe good as the Americans too.
It is to be determined if they can go ahead and make it to Sweden, and if Team USA does as well. As you see them just kind of holding on to the ball here, ready to go ahead and call this one.
Oh, no, please.
See, this is why you just got to wait. Singapore goes down to Philippines. What's up?
No, I'm just thinking you'd be lucky to get that same respect back, and yet I can see some smiles and laughter. So these 2 nations, these 2 friendly rivals play out a new chapter, and it's the same old story, I'm afraid. The Philippines showing why they're not booked their tickets to Sweden, India, but they are #1 in this region. I think you'll find even with those skill boosters, they're looking very good for the same. Ice dropping 39 points just by the way.
You see, this is why you and I are so in sync, because I literally had the box score pulled up to talk about that. You beat me to it, and I love it. 39 points from Ice Too Fast as Philippines go ahead and take down Singapore 69-30. Focusing on this one, however, 3 minutes left to go in the fourth. We are on 181 watch, as that's what Indonesia needs to score to break the record of Team USA of 180 points, as that shot from beyond the arc is going to go ahead and add them a little bit closer to 181.
Your quick math is a lot better than mine. All I can say is if you're India, you do not want to be at the opposite end of said world record, and the least you could do is just take your time in offense. Please use that 24 up as much as you can. Don't take things early on. Maybe even don't let the AI shoot, even if they're scoring, because your points at this stage, considering that skill booster India, the 30 or less is redundant for today. It really is just about the world record at this point. Do not let it happen against you.
No, you do not want to be in the record books in that type of fashion. Remember, we said 45.25 is what they needed to score. They were kind of on pace at the end of the first half. In the third quarter, they scored 44. So coming into the fourth, they were behind by about 2 points. So they're kind of looking to make it up here in the fourth quarter because they want to set that record. They've got 2 minutes to do so. Buddy, I'm trying to watch the game. 157-17, my man.
It's good to know. Like I said, some things are universal. I was watching a stream today, and a friend was just sort of responding to a message on their PlayStation while streaming to a few hundred people, and I'm like, please, I'm actually quite interested in this contest, and we are loving this year, even if you're not, because world records are on the line.
21 points, but they're on the defensive side right now. India's going to take this shot from the right side. Not going to go. 21 points are needed. Left corner was open. So is the right hash, and that one's going to go. 163. You've got to be curious if you're, real quick, if you're Indonesia, I wonder if you try to...
Every time. India, we're on the same thing. No, you go, because you know what I'm going to say, mate. You're the host, please.
Oh, well, I was going to talk... Okay, I assume you're talking about what is the other country?
Yes, sir.
India is the other country.
I feel like it was just more like
India.
Indonesia need their respect. Like the other country just feels a bit rough because India are there competing for the first time. I know it doesn't look pretty, but you called it before, India. We should be really spotlighting this impressive performance, and your world record you're talking about is looking very good indeed.
Yeah, no question about that, as India's looking to put up a couple of points on that one. 169-24. There's another three coming in. We are that much closer. Less than 10 points away from setting the record. 172-24. Gets it right. I feel like that dude hasn't even moved from the right side. It's just like shooting practice at this point.
If it's been on your mind and maybe not enough on mine, it is certainly on the players. You can't doubt it anymore. Here we go. Dots hit the hat.
He hasn't moved.
Okay.
He hasn't moved, I'm telling you. But either way, on the defensive side is Indonesia. As India is just going to go ahead and have a little scoop-de-doop, and Indonesia's like, yeah, go ahead and take it. But here we go. A three sets the record from the right side. Back to back to back, and that's a three, and that's the world record. 181. Indonesia has set the record for the most amount of points in this eFIBA Season 2, and they've been knocking them down left and right from that right corner.
The Global Esports League, and you're getting your world record. It's going to be extended upon 184, and we're not done yet. Commiserations to India, who will be at the other side of it. As always, hype up. Greatness, brilliant shooting when you see it. This box score is going to be something to behold.
We had the world record set by Great Britain at 177. Team USA broke that with 180. And Indonesia here is breaking it, and they're piling it on to make sure that no one else can go ahead and break their record. They're at 187, and they want to continue piling it on. Now we're fouling to see if we can break 190. I don't know if I'm mad at it, to be honest.
When you've had a look at the skill boosters and you're starting to tick them off, I guess you think about world records. Maybe at some point they were thinking about that double handy. That's not going to happen now. So as you said, India, let's just make this world record a little bit harder to beat.
Why not? At this point, I just wish they would have hit 200. But the record stands, and they're calling a play call. They called a timeout because they want to talk things over and see what inbound play they're going to come up with, which I hope other teams may or may not be scouting this, because you might find it beneficial when you play them in terms of film watching. But here we go. Indonesia, 4 seconds left. And where else does it go? From the right hash, three-point shot, knocks it down. 190 is your new world record as Indonesia takes down India and gets the big, well-deserved dub. And just what an incredible matchup.
Which, by the way, just confirming that full court three from India went at the end of that just ridiculous game. So they end with 35, the full court three going down because that game just wasn't strange enough. Not enough talking points, India. The box score, the right hash wide open. And then again, credit the skill, the consistent greening, no matter what. We've had other players, other regions, other nations. Doesn't matter if you left them wide open on that hash, they simply wouldn't be able to knock it down. Credit where credit's due.
Yeah, absolutely. And credit to you for keeping an eye, because I was trying to find other tabs. But man, what an incredible performance. We've talked about Indonesia, but you got to go ahead and talk about, I might butcher this name, but I got to go ahead and at least try to give this man his credit. The man who kept on knocking it down, 𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐄. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, but 𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐄, 145 points for him alone as an individual. Only missed 3 3-point shots. Knocked down 46 of 49. I mean, just incredible, Nate.
Yeah, I feel like where do you start? And then I end up interrupting you. So apologies once more. 𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐄 is sort of more the vibes like vertical, if that makes sense. And yet, who really cares about your vert when you're just standing there getting fed, nailing every shot but 3, as you say, that goes down? I'm happy to credit it. And we got Vince in the chat, of course, getting hype around it as he should. Can we please, though, if it happens again, friends, if you are, if not outclassed, then maybe just a bit out of the contest, maybe just keep one man back on that man at the right hash. If he gets up to 50, it's probably alarming. 144, there's probably something you could have done to stop it. Just 1 or 2 things.
Yeah, I mean, no question about that. But we've got to go ahead, and since we've been talking about India, let's go ahead and get to the Indian team a little. Let's get to them a little bit better, because we asked the Indian captain, Basu, a few questions about what it's like.
I guess Terminator.
Hasta la vista, baby.
No, I would be the star player on that team. I've represented the country highest number of times in gaming, so I kind of set the precedent to others. Monica Bellucci. Well, I think the US are very good. They are like mad about the sport, so I like burgers, but even when I go outside, I eat Indian food. Even if I go to Paris, US, wherever it is, like even in Germany, I would find Indian food and eat. So I got 3rd in a World Championship in China in 2015. That is my biggest achievement.
I mean, having a championship in any sport, esport, is a big deal. And I mean, Nate, you play FIFA, you play EAFC now. That's incredible.
I think there's some things that transfer across as well. I tell you what, it takes something incredible to be elite at one title. If you're cracked at NBA 2K, respect to you. It's not to say, you know, a little bit of variety can't help you to become a better professional, transfer some of those skills, certainly that muscle memory on the controller as well. You love to see people mixing it up in order to improve.
And we've got another matchup coming up for you. It's going to be Philippines taking on Mongolia. That'll be a lot of fun to watch as we go ahead and tune in. It's 9-0. Philippines already out to a quick start. You expect nothing less from the juggernaut that is. Wow. I just can't believe we saw 190 points. I can't believe we saw someone score 145 points in a game.
Yeah, I look a little flustered. If I'm interrupting India like 3 times in a row, and I am, can you give me a little bit of leeway for the constant record breaking, then a full court 3? At the end, it feels like eFIBA Season 2, we've had it all, and yet we're still at the first sort of stage of this competition. Who knows how many more records are going to be broken? Thankfully, I think we'll get a bit more normalcy here in India. Got Mongolia wanting to make a point. They weren't necessarily disrespected in their last contest, but I guess the 20-point margin that was expected, it went out to about 40. Philippines very much on a roll. They are, I've been saying the words comfortable favorites. They are heavy favorites here. Then you add in the momentum. I'd really like to see Mongolia's offense just become not even varied, a bit more fluid, find something that works and rinse and repeat it as much as you can, get sort of every drop out of it, or just start taking fades off the dribble with Tate? Okay, never mind.
I'm going to go ahead and make a bold prediction. I believe we will see a team score 200 points tonight.
Tonight?
I'm going out on a limb.
Wow.
I believe we'll see that. We'll see if it comes to fruition or not.
At some point, throughout the tournament. Like, we haven't gotten to Oceania yet. I don't know if maybe they've got something magical in store for us towards the end, but all right,
You'll
India,
see why I
I
say
hear
that
you.
when it happens. I believe we. Let me put it this way: if there was ever a team to score 200 points, I believe the games that we still have yet to play might be the best opportunities that we will see. But let's go ahead and, you know, that's a little tease. That's a little tease of what might be yet to come, kind of, sort of. Maybe I've got a fortune teller. Maybe I've got an 8-ball. But here we go. Philippines, they were up 9-0 when we tuned in, but in the last 2 minutes, they haven't been able to get a couple of buckets together. Bit of a slow start for them, but Mongolia hasn't done that much better themselves. So that's another missed shot, contested, and an ugly release as well. Fading away from the left side. That one doesn't go. Secures the rebound with like 2 people there, then turns it over.
Just a large amount of possessions in a row, unfortunately, for Mongolia, where you're not even set before shooting. I know that there are some pro players maybe watching along here on the stream. You actually prefer taking it off the dribble and fade rather than sitting stationary. But I tell you what, even if you've got a little bit of Agent 3 activating, a little bit of dribbling beforehand, please set those feet before shooting and watch those chances go up.
What a great move we saw early on to get the 3, then a nice cut from the left corner to get the jam home. Got a cold ring. I believe that's Mongolia. Yep, sure is. So the team in white is Mongolia. The team in blue is the Philippines. As you see, that cold ring is going to impact their offensive output. Takes a bit of an elbow fadeaway shot. Not going to drop. Now you've got the fast break opportunity, and he slams it on the little fella. Get big.
Oh man, it almost hurts to watch, doesn't it? You sort of, at least I do, lean back in my chair a little bit when you see that type of 2K violence, if you will, emphatic.
Get off me. Oh, what a block. He swats that one away. Get that ball out of here.
Oh, it plays everywhere. Are you kidding me? We thought we got the world records, and we do. Shooting on cold. How does that go again? Exactly like that.
Down low, he's going to try to attempt it. The guy's not a big fella, but it's a quarter end, so you got to go ahead and chuck it up. So we go from 190 points to 13 in terms of the first quarter. It's a very slow pace is what I'm saying. We go from a team scoring 45 points a quarter to a team scoring 13, and that's how much matchups really matter, because you don't know what kind of defensive scheme you're going to see. You don't really know the skill set that you're going to run into either.
I really like that it does highlight how good these teams are defensively. Some of these players will be like the NBA 2K League radar. Certainly we've got the coaches involved from that league and different nations and whatnot. They'll be watching on today. They ain't just looking to see if you're dropping 144. It does look great on the resume. What about the two-way efforts? What are you like defensively? What are you like as part of a defensive unit? So hey, maybe these scores aren't as high India, but the stakes are just as high in my opinion.
Oh, the stakes have never been higher. As we get further and further in this tournament, you're absolutely correct. They will. Oh, look, he wanted to slam it home, but then you've got a much bigger fella. It's no longer the point guard in the paint, so he's like, oh, you're just my. Oh, never mind.
Never mind, baby. Not the first time. That was just politeness. He said, I'll give you one off, and then I'm coming back for number 2.
I'm just gonna stop talking at this point. In
But
terms
how
of
good is
casting
it, FIBA?
predictions.
No, because that's exactly what you see. You have your standard sort of leagues and comps. You don't see that sort of caution. You don't have your chances taken. We're also nice and early here in 2K24. There's a lot that we want to get used to the pattern of seeing. So India is spot on. We're not used to seeing that. You just love to see it.
Knocks down that one, 18-7. Nate, do you see any adjustments that Mongolia needs to make here as we are about 3 minutes away from the second?
I don't want to be a broken record, so I'm going to try not to say, can you please pick something offensively and just repeat it? Repeat it, repeat it. For me, that would be your pick and roll. Your big man is free there for 3. And guess what? It hasn't been dropping, not just in this game, but your last as well. What happens there is that you start to lose that sort of flow state the mindset that held you calm on defense as well. The communication can get a little bit rapid and out of control. I really, really would like to see some fundamentals offensively. From here, pick and roll, they've got something else in store. Can we please start it before we get another blowout, before the Philippines have got a win that's far more easy than it should be?
You know, the reason I had you kind of repeat it back, Nate, is so that the Mongolian team can hear your adjustments and make them. Look at that. See? They're knocking down shots now.
It's simple. It's fundamental. It's in the world, and it's very much something that you will see in every league. Doesn't matter if it is a domestic competition. If you're watching along, maybe you want to be somewhere near that level. You want to be able to hit threes from the top of the key, 24-10. Just by the way, bring it back when things aren't good for you. Stop taking those threes off the dribble. They might go on another day. They might go when you're in that flow state. But when you're down in a big game, just bring it back for me, please.
The adjustments that need to be made, we'll see if they're able to get them done. 24-10, Philippines on top. They're looking to stay undefeated as Mongolia is looking to bounce back, especially in the second half. What a dot to the left side, but the defense is there. Little fella got enough of a contest. A late release isn't going to get the job done either. Mongolia gets it to the right side, looking to wrap it up, passes to the right side. That's contest going to be there. Nothing happening. 31% cover. Now they're just slinging them. Not the best quality of shots being taken by Mongolia. You've got sharp take by the Philippines. Trying to find a little bit of space. Nothing there. Gets it to the right side. Right corner was wide open. Oh, what a beautiful dribble move. Gets the jump it in the air. Takes a beautiful midi, but man, it's a $1 million move with a 10-cent finish.
Unfortunately as well for Ice, he got through. Some lovely dribbling with about 5-10 seconds played into that possession. And it was a bit premeditated. When your friends got take, we've all been there. You're like, oh, feed me, feed me, feed me. Sometimes you just take your easy two, because all of a sudden, your two turns into a three that doesn't go. That turns into a missed two, then a possession, then you lose it. And I know for Mongolia, it's just 10 points, but we talk about that Spain comeback. There's a lot more time for Mongolia to come back from a lot less.
Oh, for sure. No question about it. We saw Indonesia, I believe it was, that made a tremendous run that started in the second quarter, but they continue to take off in the second half. Maybe that's something that Mongolia will try to do themselves, as right now it's just the Philippines dominating here thus far in the first half. Gets it over to the right side. Wide open is Mr. Green Hair. Don't care as he greens that one.
Zava, nicely done. I really like the off-ball movement to get to the spot, making it look easy. If you wanted to have, like, let's just say a player camp just on him for that set, and it wasn't even 24 seconds, you would have seen the movement. And I love that, by the way. See you later. Lay it in for an easy two. You've got your double tap R2, where you get to your spot, you zoom. I don't know if you've done it in here. I love it. You just fly to get to where you want to be. Give it a little tap. You hold it again. Your player just runs straight to the spot. You get open. It's near impossible to defend sometimes.
Well, I mean, you just taught me something. I might have to be you and take out a notepad and write some stuff down. You know what I mean? Because that was some solid insight. I might need to report it back to me. But it's the Philippines that outscored Mongolia 16-7 in that second quarter, 13-5 in the first quarter, which gives them a 29-12 point lead coming into the second half here. The Philippines haven't been great from the three-point line. I know they've got double-digit lead here, but they're 5 for 13. And the reason I bring that up is because if they knock down their shots, this looks a lot more scary for the Mongolian team.
Right, I feel like it has been premeditated, like it's clearly a plan, because now that's twice we've seen where you could really just lay it in, dunk it wherever you want at the rim, have some fun with it at the rim, and they are very quickly kicking it out, and once again, using that whole 24, searching for threes. Thankfully, right on cue, India, one time where I get to be right, drive in, take your easy two, and make me feel a little bit comfortable.
You're right a lot of the times. Again, I just need you to go ahead and slide into my DMs with whatever little tidbit you had so I can perform it later on.
I could go back to it, like explain it a little bit more eloquently. As we have a lovely jam, that's why I can't be eloquent, because we get the excitement at any given moment. Spot finder, that's what you're looking for. You want to maximize that as much as you can. It's just going to give you a higher chance of doing what you need to do. We have jams being punctuated with every sentence, so it's called the get open mechanic. A lot of people are finding it tricky or inconsistent. It's just because it's simpler than it seems. You simply do just tap R2, then you use your turbo and you try and get to your spot, and your guy picks up pace to get to a spot on the court just a lot quicker. You can use it to get from side to side, wherever you want. Find a hash, you can use it to roll if you want as well. There's a fun thing that happens, I'm not sure if by design, and your player actually does like very quick loops as well, which look, useful, but it's certainly hard to defend. Point being, 2K24, there's a lot there that we all have to explore. If you want to get open, if things aren't going for you, spot finder, use that get open mechanic.
I love it, man. Appreciate you for nerding out with me. But those are the little things where if you know how to utilize the game in your favor, the animations and mechanics, that can really separate you and kind of get you those open looks. And we've seen the Philippine teams, we've seen all the top contenders, utilize those things. Oh, what a beautiful steal. Just came in from the corner, swung on in, looking to knock down a three, and a beautiful, beautiful play. Got the steal on one end, got the three on the other end, 39-19, Philippines on top.
Yo, two-way indeed. What about in response? That was only slightly late. I'll tell you what, it was made to look a lot worse than that. It maybe is the difference here. I know that you're saying, and you're quite correctly, the three ball hasn't been quite as good in terms of the rate and where it's dropping. You can only compare it against the team that you're playing against. And right now, for Mongolia, even when they're only slightly late, you don't expect it to go in. You don't expect it to like graze the front of the rim. It was just hard to watch.
You've got a defensive play that's happening. An update on the other game. It's 21-13. Singapore on top with about 4 minutes left in the third. As soon as we go ahead and wrap up this game, we'll jump to that game and provide you updates all night long. India's got a little break. Team India, that is. So we'll see how they kind of bounce back from their previous performance. Maybe a couple of adjustments, maybe a couple of strategies that they're looking to make. We'll see what they do.
Seeing some comments on social media, maybe thinking a bit more long term as well. And we love the discussion around rosters. Please make sure you're being more than, nothing more than respect will do here in eFIBA Season 2. Always keep your comments respectful. But with that in mind, it should be a given. We like the chat. Rosters, if you've got players that you believe could be worth a look, we'd love to talk about them on broadcast. If you think there's ways that Team India can improve, if that's through a player, if that's through a roster change, let us know.
Yeah, you got to go. If you want to be great at something, you got to go ahead and be bad at it. You know, you got to go ahead and start. So a lot of respect to all the federations, the new ones that are joining us for the first time for competing. And I'm sure they look to build on their roster, build on their experience, and maybe even shock the world their first time out. As he knocks down the second free throw, cuts into the deficit here. Less than a minute left to go in the third.
It's the only way that you're going to improve, take on the best. We certainly hear accusations of players, of teams avoiding what I guess generally regarded as the top teams, the top players. We all are happy to be wrong, but we do say there's a top tier. If we look at like power rankings, if you're not playing them at all, let alone consistently, there's just no way you can get to that level.
I believe there's a saying where it's perfection won't help you build success. It's often what prevents you from actually achieving it. Point being, you just got to go out there and try it. You just got to go out there and try it, give it a shot, learn from your mistakes. And I truly am interested to see what Team India does when they play the Philippines after this one wraps up. But so far, the Philippines have seemed dominant thus far as they look to stay undefeated.
I'm going to write down that motivational quote, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. I say it, but you can go ahead and pretend like I did.
That's all you.
Knocks down the shot from the right side. Looking to get themselves across the 50-point mark. And Philippines, let's go ahead and take a look at a little bit of a recap in terms of who they've beaten. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at Mongolia. So Mongolia played India. They beat them 135-34. Then Mongolia played Indonesia. They fell to them 69-38. And now this is the third matchup for them. After this one wraps up, Mongolia will go ahead and play Singapore. Singapore is a team that is up 30-20 against Indonesia right now with 2 minutes left in the third quarter. And the Philippines, as we mentioned, have had great success as they beat Indonesia. They beat Singapore. They're looking pretty here against Mongolia, and they'll take on India to wrap up the show, as that one's going to be out of bounds. Got a little bit too eager. Couldn't control their feet. Look at them. They're having a great time, the Philippines are. They're just having a blast.
It's going to be you and I in Sweden, whether you like it or not, as well. I get really animated and into it enough on remote. When we're live in person, I'll be clutching on the arm for the close games. And if we see any big jams or big-time plays, I'll be jumping up and down.
Forgive me, Sins, for not giving you a shout-out earlier. See what I did there? It's cute.
Love it. We'll play. We'll play.
That's the type of cheesiness we kind of deal with sometimes in blowouts. You know what I mean?
We like to keep it positive as well. I know there's some people saying it's... look, I'm paraphrasing, I can't find the comment now. But more or less, we're just talking about sort of the team that is dominating, that's doing so well. Friends, if you can't say something nice, don't say it at all. It's another one of the sayings that go around. For Mongolia, they've got plenty of quality. We've seen defensively, led by their lock, that they've got more than good moments as earlier. They've had good quarters here in their first match day, but they have only scored 23. The 3-ball, thankfully there, is going to drop to help us go on a little bit. So 𝐕𝐶𝐄's been talked about. Outside of him, I've got to be honest, there's not been too many individual performances, even just skimming over these box scores. They're going to need to really show us more, maybe focus on these skill boosters a little bit if the results are getting blown out a little bit.
Nate, have you played competitive sports as a team, like with a team?
I don't know what we're going to say is like competitive, so short answer yes, but certainly many better than I in both soccer and basketball.
The reason I ask is because I'm curious, what's the locker room atmosphere like? How do you bounce back as a team if you're Mongolia and you know that, hey, you were doing well, you obviously are going to look to lose this game if things don't turn around miraculously. What's the conversation like in that locker room to turn things around, to close out the night as Mongolia is going to go ahead and play Singapore to wrap things up?
And they are very, very similar. A lot of people might roll their eyes at the esports sports comparisons. They're spot on here. And in 2K esports, I tell you what, completely spot on, because you got the 5 of you. You may well be all playing from that same location as well. It may well be a locker room environment. And it is important sometimes just to move on. You might really want to try and get some meaning from it, even look at the highlights. If you're coming up against a fresh opponent, and they are, and you're coming up against a team that you've played against and you've beaten convincingly before, which they're about to do, then go look at that tape. Go look at the things that you did really well, and just forget about that 3-ball didn't drop here, that defensively there's been a bunch of miscommunications even while talking. I really do think you can just be like, you know what, friends? That wasn't our best. We will be better. Look at this game and look at some big, big moments. Maybe you can include a bit from this, India. Maybe it doesn't need to be all forgotten, because we've had some big jams, if nothing else.
Be a goldfish is the Ted Lasso saying. You know, it's existed for quite some time, but I think that's a great point you bring it up. To sum it up, you just got to move on. There's nothing you can do about the missed opportunities except to go ahead and capitalize on them when they present themselves, as the Philippines are about 1:38 away from continuing their perfect season thus far. Going to go ahead and get that steal right back as well. You do have a couple of takeovers for the Mongolian team as they knock down another 3 to pile it on a bit here. Give you a quick update on the other score. It is 39-29. Singapore on top against Indonesia. About 4 minutes left to go in that one. When this game concludes, we will go ahead and do our best to show you that game on the other side. As we'll see if Indonesia's able to come back.
Yeah, because as you say, it's something that we'd like to see. A little bit of a comeback. Unfortunately, 𝐕𝐶𝐄's been almost just staying up the offensive end for most of that little bit while you're talking India. I think he came back right at the end there. But if you're hoping for a little bit of a comeback, I think even your star players just like, maybe I can just get a few points for myself. This one is done.
Yeah, you just don't want the scoreboard to look bad as if it was your fault, you know?
Exactly.
Less than a minute left to go here. Gets it out. Oh, the right corner is open. Was open. Now you got the ball taken away. Mongolia looking to go ahead and get a couple of more points up on the board. Thought about fading away there, but the defense was right there. Looked like he was going to get away with a steal, but the ref says, And that's going to be a foul call. We're going to take it out the side. Next one will put them in the bonus as that was the first foul inside 2 minutes. Mongolia. Step back, fade away. 3 from the right corner. Doesn't drop.
We've had both the center and the power forward stand right at the top.
Did he just make
throughout as well?
Oh, that was out of bounds. I thought he made that alley-oop attempt.
It was either going to be clean or just nothing, and it was nothing, because if that starts going, yeah, you might dashboard early. I know none of these competitors would do that, but that's the feeling that you get. That's what it makes you want to do. Just to finish it off, thankfully, there.
Doesn't get called for the foul there. Gets the rebound, though. Dishes it out to the left side. Hesitated to take that shot. Doesn't matter because he gets it to go anyway. Less than 10 seconds left to go. The Philippines have had a dominating performance thus far in this tournament, and that domination will continue as they get the dub 58-42. They are on top, continuing to be undefeated, and we're going to jump over to the other game here where it's going to be 44-36. Singapore on top. We'll see if Indonesia can have a little bit of grit in them to come back. They were down double digits. Then they go ahead and break it down to less than as MPJ gets it over to the top of the key. That shot gets it to drop, and just like that, we're back to a double-digit lead.
It's a heartbreaker as we join because I've had it open. We've got all the monitors going to try and make sure we're on top of everything all at once. And that single-digit sort of momentum play, there was a timeout to stall that a little bit. 8 points with 1:30 remaining. Still possible, but that was certainly a bit of a heartbreaker just to join live, eh?
Do you have a did you just say A?
Just once. I get one.
I had to stop myself mid-sentence to be like, wait, what just happened? But we'll get to your Canadian wannabe self here in a second. Indonesia scores once again, and now they've got to get things done on the defensive side. Rotations are there. They get the contest. Can they get the rebound? Yes! Now they're looking to push it. Right corner pass. They're going to go ahead and take it up themselves. And now it's a 6-point lead for Singapore. And they need another defensive stop if you're Indonesia. Tried to get the steal and reach for it. Didn't get it to go. And that's going to be a wide open shot from the free throw line. Miscommunication there leaves them wide open. Now the lead grows back to 8. Now we're under less than a minute. A 3 would be huge there to get the 1 point back. Had the slip inside. Doesn't get it over to him. Now you've got a bit of a crowdiness. Oh, what a beautiful move to get open. Can't knock down the shot, though, and there's going to be a defensive rebound. And that might just do it, especially if Singapore can knock down a 2, and they do.
Oh, Fuego, it was lovely. We've seen it a few times today. Dribble move, get open as Coutinho tries it. Maybe a little bit too little too late, but what did you say before? Something about expensive move and cheap shot at the end of it. It was looking beautiful in the context of this game. I really thought that was going to be cash.
Oh, man, that was funny. Yeah, they just couldn't get it done. But they do have another matchup after this one. The games that we have remaining, you're going to see Philippines take on India, Singapore take on Mongolia. Indonesia is done for the day. And what a performance they had. Bouncing back from losing to the Philippines. They go ahead and beat Mongolia 69-38. They go ahead and beat India. Not just beat, they set the world record of the eFIBA Season 2. Most points scored with 190. They just couldn't use that momentum to get the dub against Singapore. As now they're just letting it rip. Do we see some type of miracle, though? Because you got to get a steal here. Oh, my God, if you get a steal. Okay.
We're thinking
because I'm like writing a monologue about how this game's over, so that would have been really bad. He missed the first. Oh,
yeah.
hold on.
How about second, MPJ? How clutch are you from the line, friend? Take your time to have a dribble. Settle yourself and ice the game. Thank you very much.
Knocks down the second one. Back up top they go. That's definitely going to be a contested shot. Defensive rebound secured. That's going to be another foul for good measure. But from the way I'm standing, it measures out to a dub from Singapore. And he misses the first one again. Bro, doesn't he have a badge? Just like a defensive badge, but knocks down the second one.
I think for Indonesia as well, they can be happy with the day overall. Goodness knows they've done some near impossible things, but it's going to leave that bitter taste in the mouth to finish off your day against such a big team. You maybe just think, is this the way that we start to be like, we're not just top 2, we're number 1. Then maybe we get the skill booster points that we know at least one of them's coming. And maybe they even think they could be the top dog. For them, that is their day done. For us here, thankfully, eFIBA Season 2, there's still one round of games remaining.
Yeah, we sure do, and what a great performance there. It was a bit of a back and forth, but it was the first half that really made the difference for Singapore as they outscored them 21-13, and then kind of you had Indonesia that battled back a little bit. It was actually even in the second half, but it was just that first half dominating performance by Singapore that helps them get the dub. You had 18 points from the big man down low, got himself 13 rebounds as well. No turnovers. That's the biggest key for me, because oftentimes, Nate, you see a big man that'll go ahead and get those offensive rebounds. Then instead of just going up with it, if nothing's there, they'll try to dish it out to their guards or the right corners or left, which is fine. But making that read is a lot easier said than done.
And even just the stumbling out of bounds, sometimes you can't even help, I'm sure the bigs would say, a turnover or two. So when there's 0 in that column, you know you've achieved near perfection. You know that a bit of luck's gone your way as well. And maybe credit the guards that are feeding the big, that they've given passes at just the right time before those stumbles can occur.
Yeah, no question about that one. Now, we do have a couple of matchups left, so let's go ahead and tell you what is still yet to come. You have Philippines taking on India. You've got Singapore taking on Mongolia. You just saw Singapore get the dub against Indonesia. You had Singapore that scored 156 points against India, so they've had themselves great games. We still have more to come. I ask you this every couple of games just to see what your thoughts are, but are you surprised by anything you've seen thus far?
What are we going to do for the surprises? Because there's been things I didn't expect. We've got world records being broken, 144 points by an individual. So certainly when we come to that shattering global context, you're seeing things here in eFIBA that you've never seen before. In terms of the nations and predictions and things like that, I think so far it's been more or less to script. Philippines were the team to beat so far. They have proven exactly why that should be. I've been talking about not just this year, 2K23, but indeed since about 2K20, where they've been near unbeatable all across the region. Maybe Mongolia showed us glimpses of what we believe that they might be able to be, but ultimately didn't deliver. Maybe it will come down something to Singapore versus Mongolia here. Are Singapore the clear number 2 region after that W? Maybe they think they already deserve it, or can Mongolia turn it around, led by their defense? And maybe that is going to be our twist to finish off the day.
Well, let's go ahead and get another interview before we do it, finish off the day. We've got our man, Ren Lucas, a.k.a. Fuego from Indonesia.
Hello.
How's it going, brother?
It's good. It's just devastating loss.
It's a devastating loss, but I want to focus on the 190 points, a world record. I see that smile on your face. How you feeling as a team?
Yeah, man, it's good because I got my shooter right here. My guy, 144.
Mr. 144, congratulations to y'all as a team. What a dominating performance. Nate, what you got?
Congratulations, friends. It is a team effort. Can I ask, at what point did you decide you just stand right hash and you go for that record?
From the beginning, we knew, we watched India games. I just told him, just stay there, I'll pass to you. He's a shooter.
Wow.
Go.
Yeah, shooters do shoot, but 144, did you actually expect something like that?
I expected. He's the GOAT. Can't miss.
All right,
I love
no more
it.
questions, Your Honor.
Yeah. the defense rests. Well, the main thing that I want to talk about is, there's all these conversations about how the Philippines are the favorites coming into this one. I feel like sometimes a team like Indonesia that has such great potential, as you've already showcased here tonight, gets overlooked. What is it going to take for y'all to come out and show the world that you can absolutely go ahead and come out on top of this region?
I mean, we've beat them in scrims and practice and everything. So I can believe that we can beat them next week, next game week. We just couldn't make our shots because the update required thing. We couldn't saw our shot feedback. I believe we'll be back and we're going to Sweden this year.
Hey, I love that confidence. I love it. We've had some big talk. Are you going to back it up, though? I was going to ask, what are the improvements to make? If you want to go to Sweden, there will need to be a little bit. Is it just the open shots? What about defensively? Were you happy with that side of your game?
I was kind of happy with the defense, but when you don't make open shots, it'll be so hard to space out. The spacing will be so tight, and then we missed almost all of our shots, open shots against Singapore and Philippines too. So it's hard for me to make a play and everything because they're going to be low on me and I can't give a cut on everything.
Last one for me. I want to go ahead and take a step back and look at the fact that you're representing your nation. What's that moment like for you?
It's been surreal. I've been here twice, so it's the same thing. It's still surreal. And I've been proud. I can represent my home country, and I believe I can get the win next time. We'll go to Sweden.
Hey, we appreciate it. Hey, did you have anything else before we go?
Oh, honestly, that was it. It's just lovely to see the smiles on your faces. You got your teammate in there. No matter the results, no matter how many times you do keep coming back, keep that same energy.
Yes, sir.
Hey, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Fuego had as a teammate that win. Fuego, 140 plus points as an individual. 190 points for Team Indonesia. Congratulations once again on setting that world record. We look forward to seeing you do more things here in the near future.
See y'all next week.
Absolutely. Take care. Enjoy the time off. Nate, I mean, my favorite part of that interview is just how much love he would go ahead and give his shooter, right? The guard that just said, we talked about it. The dude did not move a muscle. He was there at the right hash, just chilling, knock down, time after time.
Imagine having that confidence that was a premeditated move as well. That's why I had it as one of my questions, being like, I felt like he was there. India called it and saying he's not coming back. Did that sort of just occur? No, fam. That is the level that they're at. And what about the first comment as well, with a big smile on the face? Shame about the devastating loss. It is a shame. You can see that. That's why it's great we've got this format here for eFIBA Season 2. That even right off the back of a loss that maybe it's going to cost you top spot. We're not sure. The skill booster points still to be added. You've got world records being broken. You got your friends, and it doesn't matter how many times you keep representing your nation. It just means so much, and they're having so much fun doing it.
I mean, we do have a couple more matchups coming up, but we do want to give you an update on the group standings here in a few moments. But you're going to have Philippines take on India. You're going to have Singapore take on Mongolia. Can I ask you for a prediction for the matchup of Singapore taking on Mongolia? Who do you think is going to come out on top of that one?
Yeah, I think form guide, everything that I had as well coming into today leans towards Singapore. I know that for them, it's still been that falling short of the standard that they believe that they can achieve. Mongolia at the start of today would have made me start to question that a little bit. I have been impressed with them defensively, a lot better than at least my scouting report was. And yet, offensively, it dried up. I believe that they're rushing a lot of things at the moment. I have to say Singapore, I'd love to be proven wrong. Give us a close game, if nothing else, to finish off today.
Well, we want to go ahead and we've got one more round of matches, but we want to see if there are a lot of implications on them or not. So let's take a look at the group standings thus far with one more round yet to be played that is ongoing. No one's surprised. It's the Philippines that have dominated. They are in first place with 17 points. You have Indonesia in second place with 15 at the moment, and Singapore, Mongolia, and India round out. What are you seeing here that kind of stands out to you?
I just want to remind, I guess, all our viewers watching along, if you're like, how do the win-losses correspond to the points? Well, the points correspond to the global leaderboard. So this is standings, a way to determine the top dogs in the group, yes, but then also it's going to transfer to a bigger picture. So don't worry too much about the exacts on the points, other than to say those positions are accurate. We've got one more round left. And then after that, of course, your skill booster points, objectives, where you can earn a point for each one of them done. And if you get all 4 done, you get 5 points. That is to say, Philippines are looking good. Their top spot. They get to play India. Skill booster points. But for Indonesia down to Mongolia, there is still plenty there. And if you're India, I'd be looking at those skill booster points at a bare minimum.
Here's what I want to concentrate on before we get off of this screen. You have Singapore and Mongolia playing right now, 3rd and 4th. If Singapore wins, they go ahead and tie Indonesia and go 2 for 2. Then it could come down to the skill boosters to see who truly has that 2nd place spot. So Indonesia could possibly end up in 3rd place with we still have a game left to go. So they've got the time off. They're done with all their games. We're going to go ahead and actually tune into Singapore taking on Mongolia. It is A2 Singapore on top. So there's a lot on the line, which is why we wanted to showcase the viewers at home, Nate, of all the standings, what's left to play, and what the skill boosters can do. I mean, that's yet to be determined still.
In India, with a Mongolian win here, believe it or not, they could go up to 2nd as well. Even before those skill booster points, it would take like a near impossible goal differential. But the point is, we will still have the skill boosters to come. Mongolia with a win here, it could happen. All I'm saying is, every time you watch these streams, you watching along, you stay until the very end because you simply don't know how it's going to end up.
Oh, no question about that. So here we go. The last round of the night. It is Singapore taking on Mongolia. The battle of 3rd and 4th place, with Singapore possibly having an outside chance to creep up to 2nd place if they play their cards right. Rotation to the downside. Shot fading away. That one's going to go ahead and drop, and they extend the lead to 11-4.
Singapore should feel like it's all within their control. As much as I mentioned before, yes, that friendly rivalry with the Philippines, they have to put it to rest for now. You finish off today strongly. You get yourself to 2nd in that group with the... Do I start saying SBs? Are we at the point with eFIBA where skill boosters can get abbreviated or not? Either way, you get your SBs, and then maybe we start dreaming of first still. I dare say Philippines with that game to come against India. It feels like India, that they have almost sewn up that top spot.
I feel like at this point you did just go ahead and abbreviate.
But am I allowed to? I do a lot of things I shouldn't, so I guess 2 different questions.
That's quite fair. That's quite fair. Whereas we're locked and loaded into this one. Get a bit of a steal. Back and forth. Pass to the left side. That one goes. That one's not going to go, excuse me. And you've got Take here early on to finish off the quarter. Going to try to take advantage of it. They can't. Back-to-back misses on both sides.
Wonder if that's indicative of maybe Singapore's day. If not overall so far, things could change quickly though. MPJ, you know he's going to pull up. Fortunately, contest from the side or behind means it doesn't go. The chat is surely ready for CX. Again, if that play sort of summed up their day so far, it's been good, but maybe short of expectations. Will we see CX take over, and will we see Singapore really show us what they're made of?
When you're a big man, is there a badge, Nate, that you feel like, hey, really elevates your game to a whole different level, whether it's on the offensive side, whether it's on the defensive side, or if you prefer to play guard yourself, you can answer that question in terms of a point guard's point of view?
Yeah, for guards and every guard that I speak to, it's always going to be Agent 3. I know that the requirements for shooting badges are much harsher, or at least different from 2K23 for your big man. Even more so than a badge, if I could cheat a little bit and say strength, and then the badges pertaining to strength. I feel like you're seeing a lot of animations where to get in a good position, sort of knock even guards sort of out of bounds sometimes, as we've seen today. I reckon I'm looking at your brick wall, your immovable enforcer, if I can cheat a little bit and name 2.
Yeah, with Agent 3, it definitely helps to knock down those threes, especially if you're kind of moving in crucial situations. You need at least a 94 3-point, I believe, if you want to equip that in gold, and 98 if you want it in Hall of Fame. 76 is the bare minimum to get bronze, as Singapore has got themselves a 12-point lead. And by the way, the Philippines taking on India. That game has just tipped off as well. So we'll go back and forth. We'll provide you updates, I promise. We'll keep you posted. We're going to stay right here on what is the battle between 3rd and 4th place between these two federations. Is there, you've kind of seen the standings thus far, Nate. Is there a federation, excuse me, that you feel like is going to take the 2nd place spot? Maybe not today, because we've got a whole week left to play next time out. But is there a federation where you feel like they have the opportunity to solidify themselves as the 2nd place, or do you feel like it's still all up in the air?
No, I think, oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Chase down, blocked right as I'm about to speak. More important than anything I could say. Love that from the corner flying in. That ball absolutely flew. And there you go. Get it back in terms of a federation, a nation, whatever name you want to put on it. It really is going to be Singapore or Indonesia. It seems I wanted to give Mongolia the benefit of the doubt the way that they started today. However, looks like they are short of that top tier standard that I do talk about a bit. The Philippines have been your clear number 1. It leaves 2 more names for us to speak about. Singapore, despite that look, have been overall better. And yeah, how about that positivity from Indonesia? I reckon they think they're every chance. How good in eFIBA Season 2 India that it's not just one day and you're done. They'll be back ready to prove me wrong, perhaps.
And that's what's going to be great, is to compare, hey, after week 1, this was a group standings. Then after week 2, here's where we stand. That shift is what I'm most interested in, if we see one. And we absolutely will see it in the regions where you have a lot more federations playing, in terms of the Africa region, in terms of the European region. That'll be the most exciting for me.
Yeah, India, if we've seen anything so far in eFIBA Season 2, there's no guarantees. Any individual scores, team scores, sort of looks that you might even expect to be taken. Some of the nations themselves with some upsets. I've already called it. Spain over UK, the best comeback in eFIBA history. I've said that's what it is. I'll say it will go down. And we've just started. We're barely into this season. Who knows what more we've got. I am so excited for that live final, the World Finals in Sweden, because you just know there's some secret twist that we're going to see.
21-7, a twist that some Mongolian fans may not have seen coming into this last round matchup. With about 2 minutes left to go in the second, 20-0 is a score in the Philippine game against India. Make that 22-0, 2:33 left to go in that one in the first quarter. And hey, why not just go ahead and jump to that so we can show you instead of just tell you. And it's going to be Philippines again taking on India. We'll come back and forth between these two games because we want to show some love, as it is the last round of matchups. But here you go. Nate, I said we will see a team score 200. This is a matchup that I was talking about. If there was ever a chance for a team to score 200, I believe this matchup provides that opportunity.
And you know what? I'm a little hungry. I do love donuts, but I don't want to see one here. Let's make sure India get those points, ideally in the first quarter this time, please. At the other end, I just don't know. The double hundy, can it be done? We had someone sitting right hash from the start. They only missed 3 times, and if my maths is good, actually, to be fair, 191, missing 3 threes. There's your 200. You probably need to be perfect.
Yeah, they're not on pace at the moment, as that's gonna be a contested shot. Excuse me. The sun has risen and I have started to fall asleep apparently, but you've got to be on pace. At the moment, I don't think they are to beat 200. That's the big number that I'm focused on. But I feel like it's safe to say that the Philippines are gonna be able to come away with victory in this matchup. As there you go, you've got 2 people standing on the other side. You got one on the left hash, you've got one on the right hash. They're just going to go ahead and play hot potato between the 2 hashes and see if they can go ahead and reach the 200 burger. That's the goal that I'm giving. I don't know if they can hear me. I don't know if their family can hear me or not, but that's what I've got in mind. Of course, you
Yeah,
got
if I was
to average
saying,
50 points per quarter.
Yeah, to stop it, why don't you just put a man on him at some point? Well, there's your answer. We'll send 2. One on either hash because you can't guard it. You can't jump between, and you know that they're going to be green. And there you go. There's one man
He stepped
back.
on the line. Stepped on the line, so that's going to be a 2 instead of a 3. About a minute left to go in the first quarter. That's going to be a steal. That's going to be a pass. That's going to be a 3. And that's 39-0 as India continues to struggle from their previous matchup. And look at the Philippines, right? They're kind of trying to play that defense. They're trying to get the steals because I'm sure they want to beat the world record as well. You got a violation. I believe that's 3 in the key. Excuse me, that's an offensive 3 in the key.
Unfortunately, it's a player that is no longer participating in the game. For India, what I can say is that the AI helped them out a little bit in the first of the day. Maybe that's going to occur again now.
Yeah. Unfortunate. But you got a couple of cold rings for India. Down low in the paint. That one's going to get denied, I believe. And they're going to be knocking down another 3 from deep. That's 45. Nate? Do we see 200? I don't know. I'm just saying.
You called it. I will claim 0 credit if we even get close. That is all India, and he has been on point throughout the evening. Nice to see that India do get their first points on the board. I will say that we had him on before, Clark, having a chat with us, letting us know about things. He's been a big advocate that the patch is not, in fact, change shooting. He believes it was fine before, and it's fine now. I tell you what, he and his team are backing up that claim in this last game of the day.
Has the right corner wide open. Gonna go ahead and take that shot. Knocks it down as well. My man Nate, they are on pace to score 204. And they're still looking to get a steal. India trying to get an easy basket at the rim. They are going to successfully do so. So India's played better than they did with Indonesia because they scored 0 points entering the third quarter. They've already scored 6 entering the second quarter as the Philippines go ahead and get another steal. Pass it to the left side. That's going to be Green Bean. I ain't even got to wait for the result. 54-6 on pace to hit 204.
What words do you use? I've never commentated a game like this when we moved across
We just
before.
pretend like it's the World Cup, to be honest. Look at it. He walks it back. He had a wide open shot. He said, nope, I want the 3. Knockdown 57-6. A 50 burger of a deficit.
Yeah, I'm probably just jealous. That I don't have that ability, that confidence, even if you're up by 50, to walk it back unnecessarily through a bit of showtime. Your 200 is looking more than good. Is it even odds on? I'm doing my maths as quickly as possible, but India, you're the pro there. How are we looking for the tracker? 1 minute in 10 points? I think we are.
Yeah, they're definitely looking quite pretty here, especially because they were, on pace to beat 200. I believe it was 204 is what I said. But again, even if they don't get 200, that was my bold prediction before, round 3 started. The record is 190. So 191 is what the Philippines want to go ahead and get to. And but you better knock down them shots if you're trying to get there. You can't miss them now. Oh, a little spin move action from India. Oh, they miss.
Where that is a highlight, even if that doesn't go. And the miss from a 3-point is a highlight because you're like, oh, how surprising. We've actually seen something we're not used to seeing. Everything before that had been hit. Thankfully for India, there are some regular points going down. Make that 4 buckets.
They are falling short in terms of pace, but I'll stop talking about the pace because anytime I do that, the Philippines go ahead and pick it up as it's now 69-8. Down low is India. They're going to go ahead and continue to get their easy baskets. I guess props to India for continuing to show up and compete here on the world stage, and the Philippines are like, yeah, we like Steph Curry in shooting practice. We just knocking them down one by one, smooth like butter.
Well, maybe if that's your aim then, is the double handy. You're not so worried about almost anything else. They've been looking good for their skill boosters. They've definitely got the results. Maybe the quickest way to get you 200 is be like, hey, India, there's the paint. Take you 2. There's the ball back, and we can shoot another 3. One of the most bold strategies in any other game, but here it might be their best way forward to get their goal.
I'm interested, and I didn't pay attention. Maybe I should have. I'm interested to see if any players from the Philippine teams have subbed in that they may not have gotten a chance to play if they were going up against, say, a Singapore or a Mongolia or an Indonesia, where it's like, hey, we believe that on paper, India might be an easier matchup, so we'll give some other folks a chance to play. I'm not sure. What do you think? If you're a coach, what would you do?
In terms of what the Philippines will do and what they've done is that they're very much locked in. It's really good to have the extended rosters for a variety of reasons. I can think of many. Don't even need to go into them. You watching along on the Twitch stream, I'm sure, very obvious to you, sure. You can come out at least one for me why a sub is a good thing. But if you want to be the best, if you believe that you should be in Sweden, that's what we heard. If you believe you're on par with Europe, you want to aim towards the Americans, you need a consistent 5. You need to have that 5 playing pretty much every game, and your sub is by name and by nature there just in case of an emergency. So you're going to see the Philippines ruthless. India making sure that every bit of possible chemistry is developed.
You've also got India possibly looking to milk the clock a little bit. The Philippines absolutely don't want that, as it's another 3 from the right side. We'll calculate at the end of the quarter if they're on pace to go ahead and break the record or not. But go ahead and just give you an update on the other game. That one is a blowout as well. 45-18 with about 30 seconds left in the third quarter. Singapore on top. Mongolia not able to get things going on the offensive end. Struggling a bit from shooting. As they're going to go ahead and try to take this one away. The Philippines do. Gets it back outside for the 3-point shot. Has Badge, has the 3. And now they've got 88 with less than a minute left to go in the second. Looking to cross that 100 marker before the half comes to a close. They're going to get a chance to go to 91. Do I hear a 91? There's your 91.
Not sure if it's directly from what I said, but you'll notice now Philippines are indeed no longer contesting. They're not worried about the points conceded. They're there to be like, it's the quickest way to get the ball back. Our center will stay back to unit forward, where we've got 4 shooters ready to go.
94 points. Should go ahead. I think they'll get to, what is that, 6? I think they'll get to right 100 before the end of the half. There's now, oh, spoke a little too soon. Oh, and they found, look, see now this. I don't know.
For our Mongolian friends, Singaporean friends, wanting updates at the very least. Again, unfortunately, we do sort of have blowouts, it seems, in both. I got my eye, if not 1.5 eyes. Does that work well enough? Does that make any type of sense? The point being, Mongolia's offense, as India said, has not been fluent. And the 3 ball is still not going. They are 1 from 12 last time that I looked. I really do like that they're still going for it. I think particularly when they realize that this game, and indeed second place, is now out of their reach just for today, they've gone back to sort of practicing, finding their shooting touch, if you will. If greening feels a bit different to you on different occasions, there's a few different reasons for that. Here in eFIBA Season 2, there's different pressures, there's different things to get used to. They're using this as an opportunity to find their shooting touch, at least look for it, go searching for it.
This is where things get interesting, because and you have the Philippines, and they score 100. Yes, they do. That's the first time tonight that Philippines have scored 100 points, which means they get a skill booster, which will be added to their total group standings, which will be taken to the leaderboards. But the Philippines, Nate, the team that we said is the juggernaut, finally goes ahead and crosses the 100-point marker, and they get themselves that SB, as you like to say.
Oh, thank you. It's been used by another person. That makes it legitimate. Write it down. Yeah, SBs, you need them. I can't believe that one was never in doubt, even though it was the last game of the day. You're talking about double Hundy before we get started. There is their SB, their skill booster. Credit to you, Philippines. Pulling out to the very end. That is 100 down. We now have our eyes on 200. It's not a skill booster, but it gets India's blessing. It's probably just as good.
Well, hey, we're going to go ahead and jump to the other matchup that we have going on. It's Singapore taking on Mongolia, 50-18. Singapore on top. With about 3:31 left to go in this one. This is the last round of matchups that we have. After this, we'll go ahead and recap the night for you, add all the skill boosters, let the folks in the back take care of all the math. As Mongolia looking to get a couple more points up on the board. before this one's over in case they need it for tiebreaker purposes. CX4. Oh, that was going to get behind from the back. What a block coming in. You had the cut. The defender said, nuh-uh. The block leads to a 3 from the left side. And the deficit is cut down to 17.
You love it. Playing until the very end. You know that the passion is there. A devastating loss. We heard before with a big smile on your face to represent your nation. The opportunity that this competition gives you, like the unique opportunity. Dello said it best before. He puts a spotlight on other regions. Other nations that believe that they should have a greater say, a greater opportunity when it comes to NBA 2K. They've got it. And we're seeing highlight plays. Even if you're down by a bit, you're going to fight for that national pride.
National pride is exactly one of the things on the line, along with 50,000 euros. That is the prize pool. Of course, that's going to be split up against everyone that goes ahead and qualifies for it. Quick little timeout there. Update on the other game. It is 112-29. Philippines on top with about 4 minutes left in the third quarter. We're on 101 watch, but if you really want to be bold, we're on watch for 200 points. I might need to buy a lottery ticket because I called that one. If it happens.
Early as well before we even get to start like breaking it down or reviewing.
I called that at the start of what was it, third round or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't claiming one bit of that if it goes down. That was all your hosts for tonight. India always on point, but never as much as 200 of them.
Yeah, no, I can barely score 20 myself, brother. Well, you know what's interesting though? As we go ahead and wrap up this game. We saw, what was it, 144 points scored by one player on Indonesia. I'm curious to see how the distribution of the points will be if the Philippines beat the 190 record or if they get to 200. That's what I'm definitely looking forward to finding out together as well, as that's going to be a loose ball. They do go ahead and get it back. Gets it out to the left side. 3 doesn't go. Rebound secured once again. Back to back all the way to the left. Trying to find even the slightest bit of space to take advantage of. Once again misses. The defense does come up with the rebound that time. Looked like an ugly release, and it was. As the cut from the right side jams that one home, or at least tries to, and that one's going to be deflected. Taking a contested shot from the left side. What's up?
Please, just that like triple fake in the face. MPJ, I know he's got confidence, but that's just looking for a clip. That's someone who's saying the day is done, the result is sealed. I want something for social media to put it up there because I know how his mind works, and I would have respected it, but it's hard to watch at the time. If you're defending there with a hand in the face and they get scored on you, you pretty much feel like giving up.
I mean, at this point, I'm glad. I will say this, and I mean this. You've seen a few federations struggle, but I absolutely love the sportsmanship of them still coming out to play, still committing to take care of their responsibilities they signed up for. So, mad respect from me to them, not just in the Southeast Asia region, but all the other regions that we've seen. Again, it's not easy to come out here and play against the top, against the best of the best, as that one's going to be a contested shot. Ref doesn't call a foul, says we're going to let them play. Now they're looking to pass it back, and that's going to be a foul called. And since we are in the bonus, that's going to be a 1-and-1. Update on the other game, it's 127-33. Philippines on top, 131 left to go in the third. We will go ahead and focus in on that game after we get done with this game, as it's about less than 20 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Singapore, they went up and put up 156 against India. Then they dropped game 2 against the Philippines. But they did go ahead and bounce back after dropping another game to the Philippines, as they're looking to win this one against Mongolia.
Yeah, Indonesia contest where it was going to be. Do you want second spot? We can decide it here and now. We're going to see with the skill boosters whether that's true or not. It's the reason that you got Indonesian devastation, and it's why you've got Singaporean elation right now. Will that be second spot? Do they even dream of top spot with those SBs? All that they can do, they have done. Shout out MPJ dropping 20. With the CX, standing back and letting shooting guard just take over a little bit.
Singapore is going to go ahead and take that one against Mongolia with the skill boosters now. Stick around because we'll see if they go ahead and beat Indonesia to go ahead and climb up to the second spot. TBD will get you that update at the end of the night here, as that's another shot knocked down, 137-33. Up by 104 with about less than a minute left to go in the third quarter. Got themselves a cold ring. Another cold ring's out of bounds. That's going to be a foul. We're shooting two.
What do you do on a cold ring then, India? Did I say fundamentals, or are we going to try some more crazy stuff?
I think fundamentals, my friend. I think fundamentals.
Please. It just hasn't happened. I don't know. Is it because you get excited, you're on broadcast, and you want to show out a little bit regardless of the state of your player? Maybe you just can't resist.
A couple of guards on Team India are feeling the way that you and I will when we get to Sweden. Very, very cold.
Yeah, but I'll be so happy about it, friend. It is so warm down here all the time. We were saying, I love that cold weather. Bring it on. And I reckon that atmosphere inside the stadium, it's going to be red hot anyway.
Selfless passing, had the three, gets it up to his teammate. He's going to knock that one down. We are still on pace to beat 200. As you've got 50 points that were scored in each of the quarters that have completed thus far. Still about 35 seconds left in this one. Got the cold ring, but knocks down the free throw. Looking to complete the set of pairs. And he's going to miss that one off the left side. Oh, little pump fake action. Thought he was going to maybe pass that one out, but he goes ahead and takes that one.
Wonder if we can read a bit into it and say sometimes you just don't like your handle when you receive the catch. You sort of animation, it just doesn't feel right, so you might sort of resist the first attempt and go again. It could also just be me overanalyzing, and it's just a bit of variety. When you're hitting threes for funsies, you got to mix it up a little bit. I think you mentioned a bit before, India, about the individual scoring records. India did start leaving one man back from what I was looking at when we had the other game going on, meaning that the Philippines sent a second and they've been alternating a bit. I believe I saw someone with like around 60. And on your screen, sorry, there, I believe we've got 46 as well. So 66, bang on. I've got two things right today, India. Count them, two.
1, 2, I gotcha. 152-37 Philippines. 1 quarter away from crossing 200. They missed that shot, but they've got a chance to take another one. 2 for $1. Drains it from the left side. Now it's 155. 5.4 left. And they're gonna go ahead and foul. Not sure I'm a fan of that one.
Talking about being on track, we're sort of doing the maths, and I say we, it was all India. I ain't taking any credit. Friends, good news is 200 divided by 450 a quarter. Even I can do that, which means Philippines are currently 5 ahead of that mark. They've got one more chance for a shot here. I'm seeing some flopping from India too. Maybe less flopping, more defending, up to you. You're the one representing your nation. You can have a little choice as to what you do. The Philippines on their end will be rinsing, repeating, and trying to delete the old world record. They are above the track. Are we going to see again the world record broken for scoring, not once, but twice in an evening? There's Zalava, who you might also know as Clark, who was on the stream before, having a chat with us, was mentioning how it's a team game and the team house and everybody is working together. This is why you're going to see him not take the three. You give it to the man with the hot hand, because it's all about the teamwork record, the world record. Let's find out together if we're going to see what seemed impossible, what was called by India the double hundi. Ice Too Fast is that man who's the leading scorer for the Philippines. He takes another three. It's going to be another assist for Clark Vazava. India, you're looking very good here.
Well, I mean, right now, the team that's looking great are the Philippines, as they're about to break the record with 4 minutes left to go. They're 21 points away. The question's going to be, do they get to 200? And then how much further than that do they go? And then surely, that is the record that will not be broken.
We just thought that I've had today, and I've had a few, is that I'd really like to get out there for Team India right now and see what it's like to defend this. I don't know about you, it probably seems like a nightmare for a normal person, but a 1-on-5 and everyone's got shooting take, I sort of want to see if I can put some doubt in their minds, stop the 200, because right now there is nothing stopping it.
I mean, now at this point, it gets tough to do so. I think maybe a little bit early on we should have been able to, but at this point it does get a little tougher. $176.40. Call that 179, and as always, you know, we love to talk to the players and the team, so we will look to get you an interview when possible. But do you think, though, as we get closer and closer, of course we're going to pay attention, but do you think that after the Philippines break this record, that it will be broken again or no?
I thought 200 was near impossible. I said India, if it's going to happen, I don't think it will happen today. That's two incorrect calls from myself. Who's to say? I believe then anything's pretty much possible at this point. Have a little walk back for us, Clark, to make sure it's an extra 1 on top of your 2. Make it 3. 1, 8, 5, India. You've been the man with the predictions today. What do you think? I'm backing you.
I think the best chance that they'll have to go ahead and break their record is going to be themselves. I believe it'll be the Philippines that have the best chance when they play India next time around. But surely, here we go. It's 188. The Philippines are about 2 points away from tying it up and 3 points away from breaking the record themselves, which was just set less than about 2 hours ago. Do they go for the tie? Do they go for the record? The Philippines to the right side, right corner shot with bash, bang, and that's the record. Once again, 191. The record goes to the Philippines for the most points scored here in eFIBA Season 2.
Yo, like eFIBA, full stop. If eFIBA Season 3 hasn't happened yet, India's saying tune into that, because the Philippines might break their own record. There is 191, the most ever. The double Handi still maybe to come, surely to come.
Oh, yeah, well, we're on watch for that, no question as well. Which this is another hype thing we got to get about too, as we're about 9 points away. At this point, India might, by the way, India might as well just like try to play a little keep away. I think there they hesitate. They're like, hey, who's going to take that shot? Who wants it? Who wants to be the one to break 200? And they're going to try to...
like it's whoever's open India, and at the moment, Ice on that right hash has been left alone time and time again, has crossed 100 points, taken over 30 threes, and made almost as many.
I think that one might have been a foot on the line, and it indeed was. So that's going to count for a 2, but that's just for dramatic effects, because then they could hit a 3 and make it 199, but that's not 200, so they got to hit another one to get past that, as that shot's not going to go. Great defense inside the paint to the right side with badge, right hash. That's going to be green for 199. About a minute 13 left in this one. Almost looked like it was going to get stolen away. Oh, I thought he was going to swat that one. But they get their own rebound back. Guy trying to go up with it, but here we go. Oh, nope, maybe not. 1-9, and they're gonna. Are we really gonna break it with free throws? Okay, no, thank you. We're gonna take it out to the side.
Here we go.
199. Do we hear 200? The right corner, which broke the record, breaks again 200, and it's 202 points for the Philippines, as they've just been dominating all tournament long, not just with the record breaking 200, but they will continue their dominance by being undefeated.
And it's Clark Manson. He gets to take one. I've been saying Zava's been dishing it out left, right, and center. Are we calling him the captain, the leader of this team? I think whatever title you bestow upon him, all would agree. And Philippines, you can celebrate. Your main man is the one to get you across that double Handi. And we're not done yet, India.
Oh no, we are not done at all. Now I'm just curious in terms of who is going to be the one, if anyone, to break the 144, the player. I gotta keep an eye on that box score and see what that looks like. Oh, there's the box score. What do you got? I think it's 137, I think is what I saw. Couldn't get a good look at it. Oh, still couldn't.
Just a little tease. It was
107
for
107.
I actually thought you were talking overall because, yeah, in this one it's been shared around a little bit more. I thought you were sort of saying the Philippines are going to break that record. They'll probably break the individual scoring record. So which player do you think that would be? I reckon you could sort of pick and choose based on this one and based on maybe today overall. If you wanted a player of the day, Ice has been that guy.
Oh, he definitely has. Ice in his veins. We'll have an interview coming up from a Mongolian team as the Philippines dishing it out. You take it. Now you take it. Now you take it. All right, I'll knock down the 3 for you. Continue to pile it on and make the record that much less obtainable.
Half century?
213.
Anyone? Half century for India. I feel like that's a decent effort.
And that's a
Something
big deal in
struggle
cricket.
to
You know what I
today.
mean? That's
Raise
a
the
big deal
bat.
in cricket. Oh my goodness, and we're going to go ahead and foul. Knocking down the first one, he's not going to be able to do. Here comes the second one with the cold ring. Prince! Doink! Philippines, do they pass it to the left? Bounce pass, back over. You take it, you take it. Takes the long 2.
We've got predictions. What are we going to finish on? The last one was 210. We're already up to 216. That's going to be a midi, so 218. What do we end on, friends?
Yeah, it's got to be 221 is what we're going to be at. As he misses this one. Gets the second one to go. Do we hear? They're going to run a play. Why do you need to run a play? I guess they would advance the ball is what it is.
It. Exactly. It
Yeah.
really is all about like the milliseconds, the second that you get for not passing it up the court. That's all.
Man, you got 218. If you don't just pass the ball up the court. The Philippine team, right hash, do we hear 221? You want it, you got it. Now are they going to try to foul? What do you know? What a surprise. Coming to the line is the legend. This is the first one. The second one is no good. One final shot all the way to the right side. Did he step out of bounds? Yes, he did. And he greened it, though, at least.
Always a nice feeling if you don't get to let it count. Be like, oh, I'm still timing him well. We ended 221 in the can you do something for me? But add another 200 onto it. The world record of scoring. Congratulations, Philippines. I didn't think it was possible. A little congratulations as well to the man on your screen. India calling it well early in the night. He said it would be the Philippines. He said it would be today. India, full marks to you. You've got to be loving not just that your prediction was right, but that relentless three-point shooting.
I mean, there's so much for us to unpack there. I appreciate the love. But, you know, we'll get to that here in a minute. But what we want to get to right now is an interview from Mr. Gunbold, who is from the team Mongolia. How's it going, buddy?
Okay. Hello?
What's it kind of, you know, you've been participating in this tournament. So I want to know, what's it been like for you to represent your country here?
Yeah, that was very proud moment for us. And that was very the whole experience for us because we did our game from Philippines, and that's just new beginning for us, I think.
That's wonderful. That's lovely to hear. We did get to talk about that a little earlier. Are you getting to go over and playing your game somewhere else? Is that like a nice feeling? Do you feel more connected with the region?
Yeah, because from Mongolia we had just so much lag and something, the internet problem and something else, right? But from Philippines, we just barely didn't have any lag or something else. Then that was very good experience for us, and we are just so happy to play from here.
You know, we've often talked about here on the broadcast about what the locker room is like, where if you're kind of down in a game and you're trying to bounce back up, whenever your team is facing adversity, how do y'all communicate to make sure you can get back on the best shape for the next one?
We just yelling so much. We just yelling so much. Just go, run, and something like that.
It works. It's good to know that that happens in every country all around the world. You just start yelling and getting each other excited. I can tell how much you're enjoying this. Did the day go as you expected? Are you maybe a little bit disappointed to finish around 4th? Or again, is it just, it's great to be here and playing without lag?
Excuse me, I didn't hear well.
My bad.
Can you repeat it again?
Around, 4th today. Did that meet your expectations? Are you just happy to be here, or did you maybe think you could finish 2nd, 3rd, or maybe 1st?
Yeah. For that, we didn't expect anything. First of all, we just wanted to try our best.
It's a good answer.
All right, well, we appreciate it. By the way, I think the fact that you guys are dedicated to play in the Philippines is awesome. I know you get a chance to kind of play in person there. Hopefully, we get a chance to see you in Sweden as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Absolutely. And we are not just going to have one interview. We're going to go ahead and double down. And we've got Clark back with us again from the Philippines. I mean, how can we not talk to this man after you put up 200? Why you got to do him like that? You know what I'm talking about. Why?
Yeah, I have to give a shout out to India. I know they're gonna come back stronger after this. For us, we just wanted to be there. We didn't want to disrespect anyone or anything, but we just want to our federation talk about it. We have to give no mercy to anyone. So that's just what we did. We broke the record, but all respect to India. They're very friendly. The sportsmanship is there. So yeah, shout out to India.
You can, only play the team that you're up against. Did you, though, coming into today? Be honest with me here, Clark. Think that 200 was possible?
We thought about it. We watch America get 180. Then we thought about it. Let's break it. Then Indonesia did. So we thought about it. Let's try to get 200, and we did. So yeah, that was the plan. I'll admit it. That was the plan.
Y'all made it so easy that I gotta know. Is this just a cakewalk, this group stage for you? Is this just like a breeze, a walk in the park for y'all?
We don't want to treat it like it's a cakewalk. So we just want to we just want to take it game by game. We're not gonna be complacent. We talk about it. We can be confident, but not complacent. So no, I'm not gonna say it's a cakewalk, but we'll definitely try our best to get the win every time.
Yeah, you said that you're going to be ruthless. You've talked about, you've got the backing of your esports org, the federation, that you're staying in a team house. You've got a month where you can bond together. It did all culminate in you, particularly, getting to take that shot for 200. Now, again, I want honesty. Did you say, this one's mine?
Not really. I was missing shots, though. I was telling them to pass to Ice. My Ice wasn't hitting. Ice wasn't missing shots. He had 100. So it wasn't planned, but people were saying you got 200. Yeah, congrats to me.
All right, well, before we go, how are you and the team celebrating?
We're gonna talk about what we need to improve first, then we're prepared for round 2. Then maybe we'll just have a couple drinks later, have a little fun. I don't know. We'll talk about it. I'll let you know, India.
Yeah, go ahead. Send me the pictures. Congratulations to you, your teammates. That is Clark. And yeah, matter of fact, is your whole group there? You got the whole squad there?
Yeah, they're here. Guys,
I'll tell you what, gather around. Great, get everybody there. We want to go ahead and showcase the Philippine teams that went ahead and broke the record and had 221 points. Shout out to these guys. They're looking great to be in person for the World Finals in Sweden at the end of November. Congratulations once again, Clark, to you and the team. Way to represent your nation, brother.
Thank you so much, India. Thank you so much, Nate. Hey, India, I gotta play next season, though. We gotta help India.
Oh, hey, listen. I'm happy on a broadcast. I can't have you smoke me like that, but we'll definitely talk. We'll connect. Nate, what an incredible game, man. We talked about what to expect, the madness, the chaos in the pre-show, and that's exactly what we've gotten thus far. I want to get your thoughts, but before I do, I want you to tell me about the group standings. So we'll talk about that, but let's go ahead and check out the group standings of where they are. Now, keep in mind, you had Singapore that was in third place, and we said that if they win, they'll get a chance to be in second, and that's exactly what has happened as they go ahead and bump up to second place to take 15 points. Philippines, of course, dominating at 17, and Indonesia, who just broke the record 2 hours ago, not just loses it, but they also dropped down to number 3, and you have Mongolia and India rounding out the 4th and 5th. But Nate, I want you to take a picture of this because this is just without the skill boosters, okay? We are now going to show you at home how many skill boosters each of these federations achieved. Let's go ahead and check that one out. 3 all across the board, none for India, unfortunately, but that just tells me, Nate, that we're not really going to have any movement when it comes to the final result. It is 3, 3, 3. No one could get the 5. If Indonesia did, they would move ahead of Singapore. But Nate, there's your final leaderboard for this week, which will change next week. But what are your thoughts?
Well, hey, if Singapore did get all 4 skill boosters, that would mean 5 points. Then we're tied at 20. And look, it still would have stayed the same, but at least you get that parity to start off with before you go down to things like tiebreakers. For 1 week, the SBs, all right? They've let us have a week off, being like, you can wait to the end just in case. But you know what? With the exception of India, Team India, that is, we're going to make it nice and even. That's how the skill boosters get you, India. That's how they get you. They get you lulled into a false sense of security. And then you tune in next Tuesday, all of a sudden, we've got positions switching out of nowhere. We're going to see some of them reviewed potentially as well. I like that we've been like, yeah, this week you can have a week off.
Well, we are going to be back because we've got another region that you are familiar with that's got still games left to play. But Nate, before we go, my man, any final thoughts from you?
I want a big shout out, a bit similar, I guess, to Clark himself, the camaraderie that we saw today. Mongolia down in 4th. India, we saw on the face cams as well, some smiles and laughter. Philippines getting love to their opponents as well. A bit like the summary of that rivalry between the Philippines and Singapore. It is a friendship at the heart of it. We're here talking about an esport, about a game. We love it. We're competitive about it. But there's some really lovely people in this league and indeed around the world. Shout out to Southeast Asia for showing us what you're made of in here.
I mean, no question about that one. Let me go ahead and take a look at a couple of things here before we go ahead and wrap up. It is time to let the folks know at home that this is going to go ahead and conclude the first game day of Southeast Asia in eFIBA Season 2. What an amazing day it's been. Records were set. Then those records were broken. It's been absolutely chaos, and we appreciate you for joining with me, Nate. It's been great. We'll be back on Tuesday with the second game day from Europe, where we will find the 12 nations that will go through to game day number 3 and still have a chance for qualifying in the World Finals in Jönköping, Sweden. On behalf of myself, Nate, all the men and women behind the scenes, we appreciate you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.